Jean Ordinfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlan and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlan, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves. A new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Gwel, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
most likely to get it.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Gifted to Dino. I mean, to Shirok.
Oh,
Bye.
hey.
Hello.
Hello,
Twitch
everyone.
Bye.
Hopefully
Hey,
everything
explain.
works according to plan. I think that everything should be working. I'm going to try to put some music on.
Everything should be great.
Oh, yeah.
But are they great?
No. Never.
No. Anyway,
Tom made some serious threats to me in Facebook chat privately
I did.
today, just so everyone knows. He made
I
some
did.
very serious threats towards my life. So
I
I'm
did say
terrified.
character. I didn't say you.
As soon as stream goes live, I'm in character. Like, I'm terrified
Okay,
right now.
so I want you to go to the
Everybody,
bathroom and get a
bucket of water.
a bucket of
I've got a
water.
bathtub. I'll go straight from the bath and make it like
Right.
real. Like,
Just start motorboating right away.
What?
No.
Oh my god.
First, we have an announcement about everyone who's watching this to join our Discord because it's better for the environment and your health will improve by 10%. But you can't quote me on that. So,
Reasons that is not true.
it's true. It is a beautiful Discord where everyone hangs out, plays computer games. Thank you so much, DC, for the sub. Everyone hangs out.
Yay.
We're a big family. We talk about Dungeons and Dragons. We have weird memes. We even have a spicy channel, which is not related to food. But other than that, I think that's pretty much what I want to say today. I don't think I have any other announcements.
I've got one.
You got one? What's that?
Yeah, it's June. It's the month of the gays and stuff. So it's super cool.
True.
Any of my fellow people that identify as part of the LGBTQIA+ community, happy Pride.
That is
And
true. I did
we
not
love
think of
you
that.
and be your authentic self. And if you aren't in a safe place to be your authentic self, come and join the Discord and hang out with us, and we will give you love and support.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you, Frisky, for the sub. Daffy luck there. Anyway, yes, that is very much correct. That is correct. I forgot about that. My apologies. Does anyone else have any other announcements? No. It is
We
struck
leveled
to be
up
it
since the
then.
last episode.
That is
No one
well,
knows that.
technically not really after last episode, as far as I remember. It was the one before, I believe, but
Oh, was
that's
it?
fine. I think it was the one before,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
But it took a little bit of working
Yeah,
out.
because
for
you
everyone.
healed us. You healed me for like 40 points in like one hit.
Oh, that's right. I went. By the way, everyone's healed for too much now.
And everyone got an extra feat because I'm a nice game master. So now I can kill you all with a good, clear conscience.
More difficult fights ahead.
Especially Laura.
Fuck, I'm feeling very attacked.
Anyway, my name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters Mayhem. And if you have more dice than items and shopping carts across the internet, you come to the right place. I know everyone needs to think about that one.
Yeah. What's in my cart right now?
Which card though? Because there's
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
plenty. Anyway, so let's dive into tonight's episode here. So I'm gonna put a little bit of background noise on here as well, other than my voice. There we
I
go.
like your
Hope that-
voice.
Yeah, it's good for background noise. There we go. So, last we left off, you went to visit Lars gifts. That's the right words in the wrong order. Anyway, last we left off, you were visiting Derlan at the old Ordinfall farm.
Yep.
And you had a few surprises. He was a bit of a prankster, but also apparently a lot better at shooting than you remember him being. And he had seemingly some sort of mentor, Belladon, which some MILF from somewhere, which also granted him a gift of a necklace so he could cast the spell Sending. You had a good time hanging out with him before you finally broke the news that his mom was a ghost, sort of. And you ended up spending a little bit of time together as a family. Everyone had a good time. Ingue went to bed early for whatever reason. Thank you, the non-player character. It's now an action of it. And while he was sleeping, he entered puberty, so his voice is a little deeper today, which has nothing to do with a cold or anything like that. But and I think Dreccik, during the burial of Derlan, also had a bit of a vision of maybe a young Ran.
Papa Derlan, to clarify
Papa
as well.
Derlan,
yeah.
yeah.
Might be confused.
Yeah,
Not boy Derlan. Papa
yeah,
Derlan.
that's probably confusing. And he seemed to be older than what you would expect him to be, considering how long ago you heard about him being pretty much a newborn. And as you all got ready in the morning, I believe, Celeste decided to go out and have a bath in the bathtub outside. And suddenly it wasn't so peaceful anymore, as she was pushed under the water by some creature with red eyes. And I think that's probably where we're going to be starting today, as far as I can remember. So, Celeste, you are underwater. It's not the bathtub anymore. It's somewhere else. It's a large mass of water. Even though you're underwater, you can sense that this is seawater. And you can catch little glimpses of fish here and there in the chaos of being pushed under and held under by this greenish hand. What do you do?
A green hand.
It's a green hand coming through the water, holding your head down under.
Does it taste like seawater? Is it like briny? Yeah.
Yeah, it's seawater.
How far down am I?
You are about this, I should say, like a foot, maybe a foot, 2 feet underwater.
Okay. Is the hand? Can I see what the hand is attached to? Is it coming down like through the top of the water, or is it just like a disembodied hand?
So it seems like someone is above the water holding you underwater. And you can see an image of some sort of individual, but you can't quite make out the details because it's chaos, you're unable to breathe, everything's moving around.
Okay. And if I can't speak at the moment, can I? Like, I can't cast a spell that has a verbal component.
I believe that according to the rules, you can.
But it just drains time off your...
Drains some of your time, yeah, because you obviously get water inside. But you can, as far as I remember officially, actually cast spells underwater.
Yeah, I believe the official thing is, one verbal is basically the equivalent of a minute of breath or something like that.
Yes, I believe that
With my
Jeremy...
constitution, I don't know if that's good for you.
Well, it's minimum one. I believe that Jeremy Crawford said that was the ruling on that.
Yeah. I've been playing a lot of underwater stuff in other campaigns. That's why.
Why am I a bard? All my spells are verbal. Okay. I am going to just try and grab the hand and just try and pry the fingers away from my neck. I'm just trying to scratch at the hand and just try and pull it away.
Make a strength check.
Sure. I got some new dice in the box tonight.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna shake it up a little bit. Right. Strength +1, guys. I rolled an 11, so that's a 12 on strength.
You are unable to break free from this grasp, as whatever this is seems to be stronger, or at least have a better grasp of you.
Okay, as I'm kind of got my fingers wrapped around the hand, and then I'm just going to just scream, and this it's thrashing, and I'm going to scream as my hands start pulsating with crackling energy, and then as I'm gripping onto it, I am going to shocking grasp this hand around my neck.
Okay.
So that is a verbal spell.
Yep. So what is your constitution modifier?
Fuck all. think it's like a 1. Let me... a 1, yeah.
So that's a 1. So that means that you, as far as I remember, lose 1 minute of air by doing this. Okay, give it a go.
That's a 19.
Hits.
Oh, that's pretty good. 6 plus 8 is
14.
14 points of lightning damage.
Right. This individual lets go. And then you're resurfacing. As you resurface, you're in the ocean. There's no one around you. There's no one you can see. There's no signs of any ship. There's no signs of any rocks. You can't see anything other than a little dot coming towards you, which appears to be a ship of some sort coming from the coast. And you recognize this ship as the ship that you were told to attack. The army approaching behind it.
I am going to start swimming towards that ship and just like taking a minute or so, just like waving my hand in the air and just like swimming. Is there anything? There's nothing in the water around me, like no debris.
There's wreckage and debris here and there. Most of it's wood and barrels and such.
So I'll see if I can just grab onto like a piece of like floating wood or something just in case, and just kind of like.
No problem. You can definitely do that.
Swimming over towards the ship.
Yeah. So the waves are strong because there's a lot of motion in the water, and sometimes you have to hold on really tightly, and the waves keep hitting you in the face and keep splashing water on your face. And then suddenly, you find yourself underwater again.
Fuck.
But you're in the bathtub.
She gets out of the bathtub.
Dive out of the bath. There's no one around. There's snow everywhere, no footprints of anyone. Nothing here that symbolized that there would have been anyone here in the first place. However, it was extremely vivid.
She'll quickly get dressed and kind of walk out and just kind of press the digitation, her hair dry. So just shakes off all the water, and we'll leave the bathroom outside and just try and like shaking herself out of whatever that was, and just her throat like hurt. Like does she have the remnants of like just like her nostrils burned? Does her throat hurt? Is there any sort of like tenderness around where the thing was grasping her?
You feel a little bit like when you get the water in the wrong throat and you start coughing it up. You feel a little bit like that kind of irritation. Like you probably would have like as soon as you got out of the water and kind of throwing up a little bit of the soapy water. But it doesn't smell like seawater. Nothing that comes out is something that's out of the ordinary. For all purposes of this, it seems like you just kind of fell asleep in the bath and almost drowned yourself.
We've all been there. So she'll make her way back inside and just take probably a couple of minutes with like the snow and just kind of like bury her face in it and just kind of clean off her face. Take a couple of moments outside to just kind of ground herself, and then make her way back inside to everyone else.
Cool. Breakfast is ready and everyone is starting to pack up their belongings, getting ready to leave, even Derlan, as Celeste eventually comes in from outside after her long bath.
How's the water out there? It's pretty shit in the middle of this sort of weather, usually.
No, I can make anything warm, so.
Right, fair. I mean, that's a good trick to have out here, especially when the winter fully kicks in. So, I guess we're not sticking around here, so...
Well, if we're ever somewhere hot, I can also make it cool, so...
Cool trick. I like it. Where's the others at? Last I remember, Ingue was chatting with a cow and then went to bed. Something like that, and Derlan, I think, is passed out somewhere. Nope, no wait, he's around. Dreccik, you were out?
I think I was chatting to the cow as well last I remember.
Right, you were put on the ground by Sean after Derlan was trying to make a joke out of this.
Oh yeah. Hello.
Hey. How you feeling?
Where'd the cow go?
Is the cow still outside?
It's still in the pen. With a pig.
Where Ingue left it.
I think I could talk to cows last night.
No, that was me. You thought I was a cow, but I wasn't a cow. It was a bit insulting actually, but you were drunk.
You're not a cow. No, you're
No,
not
but
a cow.
I mean, cows are very nice and all, but not very perceptive.
Oh, no. My head hurts.
So, what's the plan? What time are we leaving? Is Derlan still coming with us? Is that the...
I believe so, yeah. I'd like him to go tag along. Leave him with my sister perhaps for a bit. Maybe he can help them out, and more likely they help him out. And then, yeah, from there we can head off to wherever we think our next best destination would be.
Are we bringing the cow and the pig?
Last time we were saying there was enough feed, right, that they'd last a while.
You'll be okay.
Yeah.
Because I knew this question was going to arise as soon as you were here.
I thought the answer was going to be yes. They'll be in the backpack.
Put them in a bag of holding.
They're definitely coming.
Literally 50 feet down the road, we hear a trap go off, and we're just like, probably nothing.
No, I meant they were our rations for the next.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you can't put them in a bag of holding, you don't even have to kill them.
Yeah, cool.
Right.
I mean, if you are worried about them, if we're going past the town, we could always throw someone a gold to look in on them. I mean, if it's...
Well, I mean, if there's traps, because zombies are coming and killing things, I suppose they're getting...
Oh, that's true.
Do zombies kill animals, or do they ignore animals? Are they, like, specially attracted to human bodies? Have we seen any zombie cows?
I've never seen a zombie cow.
Let me make a note.
I think the closest thing I've seen to any sort of animal undead was the wolf or wolf-like creatures, I guess, up in the city. And whatever the hell that thing is out there, I gesture towards the three-eyed wolf head on the pike.
You also saw the undead hyenas when you were in the
Right.
That's right.
And those undead hyena, which just came to me now, but yes, yeah.
Yes, I remember those. Yes.
I forgot for a moment because I died shortly after that, but yes.
Yeah.
That was a very big day.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that day.
Derlan, I think we're getting ready to go. Where you at?
Well, I was outside getting everyone ready, and he kind of goes in through the door. He's been listening in on the conversation. He's already been up and ready for a few hours, it seems.
All right. You set off a few traps or set them, I guess. That might be near the pig. God, I just don't want any accidents while we're going.
Oh, they'll be fine in there. They've been here for a while.
All right.
It's okay. Well, I'll make sure that traps are sprung before we leave. So if anyone comes to do anything they're not supposed to, they're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little torn. So I don't want any undead making their way in and making their home here, but also
But they won't.
I don't want a weary traveler to come in and hit that giant blade you got by the door or something.
I think the traps outside should be enough to deter anyone from actually going here.
Yep, that's fair.
And there are all those decapitated heads along the wall.
That
Yeah,
too.
true. Now some with some arrows in them too.
That is true. Some better than others.
Yep. Anywho, we don't need to talk about that anymore. Let's get our things together and start heading. I think.
Fine. I'm already ready. So just let me know whenever you are.
To make our way to Kingshelm, I guess. From here, trying to figure out the best way. Thinking back, what was the most direct route from there?
From where you are now to Loch Siebal, and then a boat or ship from there to
That's right.
the Mystery Forest, and then you can pretty much walk or travel from there.
Wait, I forgot to open the map, and I was like, is it a boat first or a city first? Okay.
Well, technically a city first.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, should we we'll head to Loch Siebal and catch a boat from nearby. All right.
All right.
Right.
Set up.
How far's the walk?
Loch Siebal, it was like a day, right? Loch Siebal?
Like a day away.
Yeah.
So you'll arrive probably around evening time.
Should get there by the evening. It's where I used to sell a lot of the goods for the family. So, yeah, not too far a track.
Okay. And there's accommodation there.
Yeah, it's a decent sized place. I'm sure we'll be able to find something.
Right. Well, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be. It's a lovely home you've got here, Jean.
Thank you. It ain't what it used to be, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Right, I feel as though Derlan should lead the way out of the yard.
Yeah, I agree. I
Wouldn't
think
that
that's
take
a
away
great
all the
idea.
fun?
Nope. No,
No.
It would be just as fun, if
If
not
I
more.
break my ankle walking through there, Derlan, you're the one who's going to carry me the rest of the way.
Right. Even though that does sound enticing, I'm probably gonna do that then. I'll just write a note in case our Belladon comes by. He takes out some parchment and starts writing a little note. Leaves it on the counter. And, okay, let's go.
All right.
What does the note say?
You can make a perception check.
Perception? Oh, it's not a great roll. Skills. 6 plus 4, 10.
Can't really make it out. You can just see the large spelling of the name with a lot of the little, what do you call that? I'm not gonna say hieroglyphs, but like calligraphy almost of the first name and such. But other than that, you can't really make it out. It's too small.
He learned his handwriting from my sister. She's always been a better writer than me.
Oh, actually, it's in Elvish, so probably why you can't read it.
Interesting. Alright, well. Let's go.
Let's head. Either way, Derlan, you make sure we get out of here, all right?
Well, I think it's this way. I mean, there could be traps. I'm not quite sure. Just kidding.
Yep. These jokes are going to go down real well long term. Over a long journey. I can see it now.
He leads you out of the forest once again. And he points out all the traps here and there. There's quite a few of them. Like, probably hundreds of traps here. But he also kind of discloses that he has put little pieces of certain herbs with each of them, so the actual wolves and creatures won't go there. So for someone who's put down a lot of these traps, it's actually pretty much just for intruders in that sense, which is quite nifty. A trick that you have never heard about before, Sean, but he apparently has.
What's that shit you're laying down and around? What's that?
It's just it's called wolf pellets, which just kind of leads them away so they don't get trapped in the traps.
Wolf pellets.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, I gotta speak to Cromrig about that. I'm sure that's some shit he probably knows about.
Yeah, I think there's some wolf's bane in there. I'm not quite sure. It's mixed with some stuff.
All right, you make them yourself?
No, I have the powder already from Abeladon, and he just told me how to make the little pouches of it.
Neat trick. Looks like Belladon is becoming more and more interesting.
You got some tricks. Maybe you can meet him one day whenever he's not busy.
Sure, I'd like to know the person who's helped out my boy in these tough times. I want to thank him.
Of course. I'll see if I can set up a meeting, but like I said, he's pretty busy. Like he's pretty busy trying to find his wife. So.
Yeah, you mentioned that. That's right. Yeah.
Did you ever say what happened to his wife?
Well, I mean, as far as I understand, they were kidnapped by slave traders or something like that, and he's just trying to find them now because he's been looking for them for a long time.
That's awful.
Yeah, he's not too happy about that. Obviously, that's horrible.
Obviously.
I wanted to go help him, but I knew that you guys, or at least my dad, would show up at some point, so it's probably not smart to just leave. So I just decided that it was probably better if I wasn't in the way.
Has he contacted authorities?
Yeah, he contacted the appropriate authorities, and they can't really do much. Where he's from, there's not a lot of authority as far as I can understand, so.
It's awful.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll see if I can set it up a meeting at some point.
Well, I mean, the opportunity arises and we're able to help, I'm sure.
Yeah,
like he's man. I'm sure everyone else would be to help out.
He comes and goes, so yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's this way, and he leads you further on to the path. Celeste, you hear a buzzing noise as you see a little bee version of Sonos.
Oh, it's so cute.
I went to the last location and I couldn't find anyone either that looks like that. I'm not quite sure what you're looking for. This is really annoying. What's that noise? Oh, it's me! I'm the noise.
Yeah, come sit here.
He sits on your finger as you're walking.
She kind of like fall back a little bit. Kind of away from, 20, 30 feet away from everyone else. Very peculiar.
I know, it's my new outfit.
Well, you've always been peculiar for as long as I've known you, which isn't really that long, considering.
I guess that's true.
No, but thank you for your help. I suppose I'm at a loss now. Don't know what else to do. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure dreams are just dreams, right? They don't always have to have a meaning.
I think that depends on who you ask, but it also depends on the dream, I think.
It was a very strange dream. There's one thing I haven't tried yet. I think I've been putting it off. But desperate times.
You're not gonna eat me, are you?
As tempting as that is, I've already had breakfast.
I taste like lemon.
How do you know that?
I'm kidding. I don't know.
Alright, well...
Don't try it.
Promise I won't. Right, well... Suppose this is goodbye for now then. You're going back to Tams.
Yeah, I think he has some cupcakes that needs to be eaten.
Do you know one man for the job?
That's true.
Right, well, take care of yourself, brother.
You do, sis. Don't die.
I'll try.
Oh, it's the other way.
Careful, John, no, don't.
1 hit point worth of damage. Nice.
Fucking bugs.
It's not the season for bees.
Well, it's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. Right.
All right. Going to just keep, as we're walking, just kind of keep an eye out on the horizon, the landscape. She's very keenly aware at the moment, given the shenanigans of this morning. And so she'll just a little jumpy, like if someone comes up to talk to her and she didn't see them, she oh my god.
Well,
Don't sneak up on me.
so there's nothing specifically out of the ordinary that kind of transpires before then. There's a few other travelers that are going in the same general direction, caravans and families and such. Nothing seems disturbing in any way. I'm not sure if there's anything specific that any of you want to talk about or do during this journey, but if not, you'll arrive around evening time, and as you approach the city at evening time, you can see that the city is built pretty much at the end of a big river that leads onto a larger river that goes through most of the northern part of this region and leads you, obviously, to where Kingshelm is. The river then goes underground for a little bit and then continues on to the rest of the river. From what you can see, there's a lot of lights on this water because this is a coastal city of sorts. There's a few things that kind of catch your eye in a sense, not so much as standing out really, but the city itself has walls around it that are like made of like wooden palisades. So it's not like structures made of stone. It's not set in like a, how should I say, like a fortress style. But at the same time, it kind of is a little bit because there's a lot of guard towers, but everything's built out of wood and such. And you can see that there is not any really tall buildings in this city, and it seems like it's more like if you had a village and you just enlarged the amount of people living there. It doesn't seem to be a big city at all, except for the actual size of how many houses there is and such. But it doesn't have a lot of the ordinary features of, like, for instance, Kingshelm, like cobble streets and all that kind of stuff. It does have some paths you can walk around on, but it's not like a high-end kind of city in that sense. You've definitely seen more fancy than this. This is more like a useful little city. There's a lot of these towers, and each of these towers is pretty much leading you into the city. There's like a little gateway underneath each. There's guards on the walls. You can see the town's guard. Some walking around in the towers. They don't seem to be taking much note to you actually approaching. They don't seem to be alert or anything like that. And the gates open, and you're free to travel through.
To clarify as well, is a majority of the structures sort of built of wood? Is that what I'm understanding? They're mostly like wood. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, most of it's built up of wood, and there is some stone structure here and there, but it's definitely majority is wood.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Very well.
Right. So should we find a ship now or wait until morning?
Ooh, good question. We could inquire about one, potentially organize one for the morning. That way, in case we get up first thing, someone A doesn't beat us to it, or B, I guess there's just none available in the morning. We gotta wait all day to find something. So
That was my concern.
good concern.
So I suppose we should make our way down to towards the docks and see if we can find some sort of office. Usually they have a ledger of ships going in and out, and if there's any capacity on any of them, we can inquire.
Sounds good to me. Follow me. I've been here a few times, so I'll take you down.
For that sort of thing, is there like I imagine there's a pretty decent harbor with something like an office and that Sean would know, right? He's been here a fair few times.
So most of the harbor is individually the individual walk paths to go into the ships are usually where there's a little, I wouldn't say an office, but there's a little hut where usually there's someone sitting there if they are taking on guests or travelers or hiring people, that's usually where they do it. So they have it all located pretty much at the docks, but each of the individual ships have pretty much their own little box to sit in, so to speak. And you can definitely see that. I can definitely see that there's a whole bunch of these individuals sitting there. It's even for now, where it's like 5-ish o'clock in the evening, it's still fairly full of people everywhere. The docks are not in any way empty. It's full of people moving stuff onto ships and taking stuff off ships. Some drunken sailors walking around, trying not to fall in the water, picking up girls, women, men, all that kind of stuff. And as you approach the docks, you can also see that there's a very large battleship anchored in the bay. You have seen this battleship before when you were here. You know that it's called the Stargazer. And it has been there for as long as the city has. Because the city has been under attack a few times from raiders from the north because of the location. But having a battleship here constantly with fully armed cannons pointing towards both the city and away from the city has been enough to stop these raids that's happened many years ago. But it is now constantly positioned there.
And are there at least 4 of these little offices?
There is probably 20.
All right.
So each of the ships have their own little place to sit there.
You guys up for a challenge?
I mean, not really, but I will if I have to.
I don't know after.
As long as it's not Dead Dragon Challenge.
No. I'm talking something way more simple. After a long trek like that, I was going to say, why don't we see who can get a boat first? Each of us trek down one of these offices, see which one we think's the best bet. Have a little bit of a race or game out of it.
Sounds good.
You have challenged the wrong person to this, sir.
How much are we paying for passage to the city?
Right, we should probably put a limit on that, right? For any deals we make. Shit.
You would know, Mr. John, right? You would know how much it costs to go to the city.
Yeah, I'm sure I've taken one of these a few times, maybe.
Would
It sounds so
400
sure there,
gold be
Sean.
enough?
Just the old.
Have you even been here
memories,
before, Sean?
fellas.
It's
What? Who's John?
it will probably cost about 2 silver per person. It's not a long journey.
Literally, I was like, 25 gold, we can swing. 25 gold each.
Even 2 silver is a lot for some people. So
I was going to
Because
walk
you're
up the
rich.
first boatman and go 400 gold. Take this.
here's my boat.
They've given us context. John, what it will be. We're all like rich kids. Like, how much is it for a banana? Like $10. I mean, that's not actually that far-fetched at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, an avocado maybe.
About 2 silver a person should cover, but try not to go over 5 a person, I'd say, just in case we gotta entice them a little, something like that. All right, let's go.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I will try and trip John.
Make a dexterity saving throw, John.
I'm going to use my mage hand shove action to try and shove him.
Okay.
So it's a strength check, athletics or 16.
So acrobatics or athletics? Is that right?
Dexterity saving throw. Or you can use. I guess
I've
you
used
can use
mage hand.
acrobatics.
I've got a special ability that lets me shove, and the rules as written. This is important for you, Tom, because I'm going to use it to do things all the time. My new favorite thing.
Dispel magic.
Yes, please definitely counterspell my mage hand.
Is it a save or what is it that it does?
It's a strength save of 16.
Oh, strength save. Okay.
Yeah.
Save?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
In
interesting.
that case, way better than otherwise, but also failed by 1, 15.
So you just get shoved 5 feet back.
You see this spectral hand just Just nose bob you backwards. Right. Everyone make a perception check. Sean with disadvantage. You're behind everyone else.
Everyone making a perception check or just John with disadvantage?
Wasn't everyone trying to find
Yeah,
someone?
everyone's trying to find
yes.
someone.
It's just the easiest way to roll it out.
Oh
Going to use
no.
my big
Good old
boy.
Dreccik with his expertise and perception.
Oh, I wonder. Oh, I rolled 16. Oh, that'll be a 26 in perception.
Also, I can't even win. Like, I feel the
17.
point. Like,
Right. Wow. Did anyone get more than 26?
is it possible for me to get more than 26?
That is
I got
nuts.
12.
I got 13.
Well,
Dreccik may be blind, but he can see.
For someone who can't read.
Yeah.
Very perceptive.
so
Only
the,
blind from 3 feet in.
so the three of you run around and trying to get this and get the gauge of this crew and stuff, and a lot of them are just not talking. Like they're just like, meh, 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 just kind of mumbling and not really responding. And at one point, Ingue, you realize that there's one of these ships that are transporting animals from like exotic places, and you're like, is that an elephant? I heard of elephants before. Wow, with the big mane and everything? Oh, wow, I love elephants. But you all get slightly distracted, except for Dreccik. You walk around a little bit, you talk to a few people, and they don't really seem to care much. They seem to be just kind of a little bit half drunk, working on ships that doesn't really need anything. But then one of them catches your attention. He's kind of looking at you. He's just kind of sitting there with his pipe, just kind of watching you.
Hello.
walk around. Hey, how you
Hello, sir.
going? Hello.
Oh, very well. I was wondering if you could help me and my friends here get across.
I can probably help you with that. I have a little boat out there called Suzie. Suzie is it's a strong sea name for lots of boats and ships that are strong.
Yes, I can. I just look over. What does Suzie look like?
It's a ship that's a little bit bigger than a dinghy, and it does have a sail. There's probably room for maybe 6 people in it, comfortably. There's enough room to sleep on it, but it doesn't have like there's no like roof anywhere, so you'd have to sleep outside in the ship or in the boat. But it seems functional.
Suzie looks like a fine vessel, sir.
Yes, she's seen many trips before.
Many waves.
It's not so many waves, to be honest. Like, it's mostly coming from the north, so it's basically, like, it's pretty smooth. Only on the way back, that's the problem. But anyway, where are you going to?
We are going across the river.
Just across the river. Like, onto the
One second.
cemetery.
John, I found someone.
I need my mom. It's like when you get to the end of the checkout.
Can I talk to an adult?
I'm sorry, you need an ID for this transaction.
They start scanning your shit before your mom comes back to grab something, and you're just like,
Can you buy me some sickies?
I am unfamiliar with these lands. All I know is hello.
Right, well, you did that one great.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm assuming I hear.
Yeah, it's not that far away. It's pretty easy.
Yep. Shit, you did it already? Alright.
Yes, I told you you would regret challenging me, and here we are. I have a
Damn fast.
man with his boat, Suzie, who looks very nice.
You should probably challenge him to geography. He doesn't seem like he knows too much about that one.
I don't understand how that could have come up, but alright.
Don't ask.
Yeah, well,
Where are you going?
Oh. Haven't sorted out where we're going yet, have you?
That's why I'll pay you 25 silver. Take us all to wherever he says we need to go.
All right, I'm in.
Ha!
We need ferry of 5 to Might Harbor, as close as you can get us.
All right, that'll be 25 silver.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's 2.5 gold.
Damn it.
Done.
Right, so where are we going? You never explained that to me.
Well, as close to Might Harbor as we can get.
To your harbor.
Sorry. I'm mixing up campaign cities.
Kingshelm,
What's
I'm
the big
gonna
city
Kingshelm.
again?
A lot of
Right, that's a
drunk
whole
people
different
around
world.
tonight.
I thought you said we're going to Kingshelm.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Slip of the tongue. Kingshelm,
Right.
sorry.
See your sister.
We're all a fucking mess, y'all.
The day of traveling in the snow, just man,
Right.
throwing us all.
Okay, I can get you fairly close. I mean, I can't go to harbor there. It's not a place of water, but I can definitely get you close. It might be within like a day's worth of travel on foot, maybe. That's the closest I can get. Celeste, you recognize this individual. You have seen this guy before. You know him as Filthy Fred.
Does Filthy Fred stink at all?
No, he's actually smelling quite nicely. He smells a little bit like lavender. His hair is washed, and he's actually quite well groomed as well. He's wearing a little puffy shirt. Looks a little uncomfortable in it, but it seems like he's wearing nice clothes.
He's named after his habits, not his.
You know that he used to be called Cutthroat Fred, but then he became Filthy Fred because of his inability to keep his clothes clean during fights.
That's not where I thought you were going, but
That's not where I thought he was going.
Always keep them guessing.
and what do I guess like what's my
Affiliation?
affiliation or like my like gut feeling towards like this person, like what's the general atmosphere of our relationship?
So you know that he used to work for the same crew as you, but he was more like a, I should say, on and off kind of person that sometimes came and did some stuff, and then he kind of did his own thing. He was very loyal, but he was also a pirate, obviously. Whatever that has taken him since then, not quite sure. But he was not a vicious, evil person, but he would kill for money if needed be. So he wouldn't just be like a cold-blooded murderer in that sense. He would have a purpose behind something like that.
Yes, Cutthroat Fred would never just kill someone.
Well, I mean, there's no need to kill someone if they don't have anything of value, is there?
Before I approach, I guess within like eye shot, I guess if it's like nighttime, a little bit far back, I will just throw up a disguise self and just hang back a little bit.
Cool. No problem. No problem.
So as they're kind of like talking, I'll just kind of chill at the back of the harbor a little bit.
No problem. Yeah, we can definitely do that. You paid me the 25 silver. Sorry, not gold. Gold would be nice. We can leave tomorrow morning. I just need to rest before I head off again.
Of course, understood. Yeah,
How does 10 o'clock in the morning feel?
whatever works best for you. Sooner we can get there, the better.
Oh.
But that's
Are
fine.
you
by us.
alright with that, Celeste? 10 o'clock's a bit early for you, isn't it?
Anytime before 1 is early for me.
I knew someone called Celeste once. Anyway, whatever fits you, whatever rows your boat. So literally.
That's you.
I rowed the boat, yes. Whatever me rows the boat. Well, we can say 10 tomorrow. If it doesn't work, show up at 10 and tell me later. I don't really mind.
Perfect. No, 10 sounds good to me. I think we'll be all right for 10. Don't worry.
Right.
10 is good.
Great. Yeah, great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, see you tomorrow at 10.
What did you say your name was? Sorry. Just
Oh, I'm Fred. My name is Fred Kais.
Fred Kais. Pleasure. Are you the captain of the vessel as well?
I am the captain, the first mate, and all of the barmaids.
Oh, all right. Perfect. Would you prefer a captain on the ship or?
Sure. Let's just call it captain.
Perfect. Well, we'll see you in the morning then, Captain.
Nice. My pleasure.
Good day. Let's go find a place to rest.
So,
You're
where
right,
do I
Sean.
win?
Just long walking in the cold and such. It's, yeah, you know. I'm fine. I'm 39. I've been through this.
I've got your prize.
What is it?
And I'll hand him like one of the trinkets that I give everyone.
Is it magical?
Yes. I mean, I made it with magic.
Sweet.
You'd probably be really impressed being from a winter place because it'd be like a you know those, is it corsages that you give the prom? It'd be like a little flower that's bloomed that's like nicely tied into a bun that you could pin into yourself.
Oh, nice. Definitely putting that in just pinning that to his very whatever
Straight
he's got there.
into the underwear.
Yeah. As we walk in, Ingue is looking for the gods. Is there temples, and of either pantheon for the Golden Company or the who was the other one that was there in the gods? Sorry?
The Archidron.
Yeah,
It's
the
the like Viking gods. You don't seem to see that. As you travel around, you do see there's a temple of Moradin. There is a few things that stands out as you kind of walk around. There's a big manor called Loch Manor, which seems like it's probably the mayor's place because there's guards around it and stuff, which is pretty much not anywhere else, really. There's a few at the docks and such, but there's a Temple of Morden. There's also City Hall, and then there's some markets which are closed for the evening. And then you know that there's a taller building, which is the only one that seems to have more levels than one, which looks like it's an archive of some sort, like a library or something similar. There's not a lot of remnants of gods here. The only temple is the one for Moradin. But you also know that most of the people who go and worship deities that has to do with, like, let's say, the sea or fishing, they don't technically have churches. They just pray to that. And it's kind of similar a little bit with both the Archidron and the Golden Patrons. They do have churches, but most of them, they don't use the churches necessarily to pray. They just pray when they need something, pretty much, in a sense.
Ingue probably wouldn't know that, actually, but yes.
I think you would have probably picked up on it a
Ask the
little bit when
questions.
you traveled it around and stuff like that. There hasn't been a lot of churches for anything. You've really only seen like one church for one of these.
Yeah, and then Moradin, is Moradin heavily a dwarf church? Or just a brick
It
church?
is. You know that the belief of Moradin is more from the dwarf side, but there is humans worshipping him as well. Cool. And then you found that there is also the Belching Boar, which is the inn.
Belching Boar.
And Sean, you know where Cromrick lives.
Okay, awesome. Sweet. I was going to say, is the Belching Boar the most likely place where John would have stayed in his times in the thing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only place you can really stay. Like, even though Cromrick's place, it's a little small because he built his apothecary within his own kind of basement. So any spare rooms was pretty much taken from that.
Yeah, understood. Off to the Belching Boar. That's gonna be our best bet.
Sounds appetizing.
They do right.
Take your word for it.
By the way, are we a decent distance from where we organized the boat?
Yes, I'd say that you are.
Okay. John's going to turn towards Celeste. I noticed you sort of change things up a bit when we were over there. Is everything all good?
I think so. I've had dealings with that individual in the past. Nothing bad. Just has potential to be. So I think I might just keep my distance and stay this way just until we're clear on the other side.
Understood. Would you prefer we organize with someone else, or?
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
don't take my victory from me.
I'd still get you what I was planning to get you. You won officially. Just yeah.
No, it's fine.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. I noticed a bit of a change up, and I've learned that don't just blurt out why you look different. Sort of, keep quiet, figure out later.
Yes, no, I appreciate that.
Of course. All right, let's go. Belching Boar. I got a friend I want to check out while we're here too, if you all don't mind.
Ooh,
Sure. Would you like us to
Dwarves.
just meet you back at the inn, or?
No, it's cool. We'll all go across now and figure it out from there.
At
Yeah.
the Belching Boar. I mean,
Yeah.
while we're here too, there's that big, looks like a place where they keep stories and information. I'd like to speak to some of the elders in there and see if I could find some information about the Twice Cursed City while we're... I mean, if we're here till 10 o'clock tomorrow, it'd be worth doing some research, don't you think?
Sure, makes sense to me.
There's a library here.
I think the words it says is archive.
Oh. Interesting. Yes,
Library.
definitely.
Yeah. I just figure, I figure while we're past it, as we go, if we've got some time to kill, we may as well find, and maybe the temple might know something about people going to try and do the same goal as us, which is to destroy the city.
Yes, definitely. It's more than worth looking into.
Thinking. Smart. Yeah. Well, why don't we, since we won't have too much time, why don't we do what we need to do, and then we can all meet at the inn afterwards. If I want to see my friend. I was just going to maybe pop out, grab him, and see if they wanted to join us for a bite, but I guess if you want to go check out the archives, I wouldn't know what I would be doing there, and Dreccik can see far away, I'll put it that way. But yeah, we can all meet up afterwards once we're done. Grab ourselves a nice meal, hit the hay.
That's good to me.
Let's split up.
Cool.
Split the party, all right.
Everyone make a dexterity saving throw.
So where am I going?
Well, Dreccik, why don't you go and ask it? You're a cleric. See if there's any clerics at the temple, and see if they know anything about the city. And
Oh,
do you want to go to the? Did you call it the library? Is it the same?
Okay.
Can be the same. Depends. An archive of information is very similar to that of a library, which is a collection of information, so...
Yeah. Okay.
right. Let's go.
Right. Let us start from one end to another. Sean, where are you going?
I'm going to take Derlan and go say howdy do to my old friend Cromwig.
Okay. I'm going to wait with that one because that might take a little longer than the rest of them, I think.
Easy.
Celeste, where were you going? Rah, 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 rah.
To the archive.
To the archive. And was anyone going with you? Where are you going on your own? So you two are going to the archive. So
I'm going by myself.
Mage hand into the
Game
war.
of it.
Right, okay. I'll take you two
need
first
no
because you're
words.
going to the archives. So the archives themselves are still open, which is a little late for an archive, but it is like it is more like a library than an archive itself. But there's two parts of it, and you can see that this building is of elven make, which is standing out amongst all these other ordinary huts and buildings. It has a big green roof, and you can see the elven architecture in all the beams are definitely very present. as you approach, you can see that there's a counter in front of the door, where there is a young elven man, as far as you can gather at least. It's a little hard to see with elves sometimes. He's wearing like a long greenish robe. It's kind of similar to the one that you saw the wardens wear in Okrolan, but you can also see that it is not the same style. So this is more like an elvish, beautiful green make. You see, it's an individual with long blonde hair in a ponytail, and he's just standing there. Every time someone leaves, he just thanks them for visiting the archives, and then when someone comes in, he thanks them for visiting the archives too.
Good evening.
Oh, hello, and nice to meet you.
Yes.
Welcome to the archives.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My friend and I were wondering if we might peruse your collections.
Of course, just remember that you cannot take anything out from here. It's all obviously belonging to the archives themselves. But if you need help finding anything, just let any of our clerks know. There's plenty of them around here. We'll be able to assist you.
I think we were actually looking for something in particular,
Right.
Ingue. We're looking for information on Gratvört.
Okay. I'll see what I can find. And he waves over one of the younger elves. It's a female elf with like brownish hair. She has very bright blue eyes, and she has like a greenish robe as well. But hers is also more like a dress than a robe. But it's kind of two things put together into what seems to be one. It's a bit of a strange. It's kind of like like a kimono. Kimono. I can't even speak. More like a kimono with pants underneath, so it has that dressy kind of vibe, but it's not actually a dress. Yes, how can I help you? What are you searching for? Gratvört? Right. Of course. Well, come with me. I'll see what I can find. She leads you down this hallway, and you can see that there's two levels to this, really. There's the bottom level where all the books are. It's like a square building. All the basic books are on the bottom, and then there's like another level where you walk up and go on this platform around, and all the books are just like stacked up against the wall so high that you need ladders. And then at the very, very top, there's a little platform where you can walk around as well. You can kind of see through the windows and stuff like that too. She leads you to the far back, towards the right side of the end there. She says, there's a little bit of information here. Most of this is a list of individuals who lived there and some information about what happened. Is there anything specific you're looking for, or just generally Gratvört?
Well, we were looking for, any information that we can, maps of the place, what happened to it, but I'm also really looking for if people have organised to try and free the curse, if there's been crusades in the past, and how they were organised and who organised them.
Right. Well, I mean, all the information is here in front of you. If it's about that specific thing, you're welcome to have a look. Let me know if you need any more help. She kind of walks off and stands next to one of the pillars and just kind of wait there for anyone else to ask him questions.
All right, well, here we go.
So, what are you searching for, both of you two, specifically?
So I'd do like a very fast look for I'd look for maps and stuff like that, like about the space pre-curse, just to try and memorize. Like Ingue's got quite good spatial memory in terms of that sort of stuff. But really, what I'm looking for is that kind of history of crusades. Like, has there been armies try and go there? Has there been famous paladins in the past that have tried to take it apart? To those two things, really, like some really just information which you've kind of already given us in terms of the maps and stuff anyway. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And Celeste, what are you looking for specifically?
As Ingue is looking through the books, she's going to stand up and just go, actually, I think so look over here for something. I'll be back. And she's going to walk off, and she is going to try and look for any information about like monsters in water, dreams about drowning, any sort of like entities that have like glowing red eyes. Like she's just kind of going on like she's kind of just casting her net wide. And I would imagine that she is very good at looking through libraries and archives for information.
That is true.
So she would just be kind of like going through, maybe she would ask the front clerk if they have like what their categorization system is, so that she could be like, oh yeah, cool, I know what that is. And then go and just pulling random books that have anything to do with the topic.
Okay.
Just casting a very wide net at the moment.
Right. Anyway, you can make an investigation check, and Celeste, you can make an investigation check with advantage. Does you know the Dewey Decimal System, or whatever it's called? I thought you said you were over with that. I thought it was. Jesus Christ.
I rolled with advantage. I thought that was a 1, but it's 7. I was gonna say I rolled a 1
That's
on the 20, but I got it on my. I can't even show, but it's.
That's okay. But take a photo of it if you can.
I will. I'll take a
You can
photo.
pop that into the Discord. So what did you get?
10.
10. So there is a lot of information about specifically these kind of things. There's never been an army try to retake it, but there has been large groups of paladins and how should I say, paladin adjacent individuals who has been trying to retake, for instance, the Church of Larrick, because that is a thorn in their side. That church was taken, and they are not allowed to build another cathedral for Larrick until this one has been redeemed, which is a big thorn in their side. But there's a long list of paladins that has gone in there, a long list of soldiers and fortune hunters that has tried to go in there. Most of them never came back. There's been a lot of reports. There's a lot of drawings of the things that they have encountered. I'd say with a 10, you've probably seen most of these. It's not quite that out of the ordinary from what you saw when you were in there. Some mentioned that those birds are actually really dangerous as well. From what you saw, you only saw them create this darkness, but it seems like there's more to it than that. One of them has also drawn the scarecrow that you saw, and the way that it's drawn, it's definitely drawn with a more malicious appearance than what you first encountered.
Mm-hmm.
There is one specific individual who recently traveled there to try to cleanse the church. His name was... Let me just find my actual note. I'm sure I had my note here. There you go. His name is Gaborian Kalistar. Gaborian Kalistar. And he's also a paladin of Larrick. He tried to travel through the city, and he never came back either. But he's the most recent individual, and he was a specialist of sort in the city. You can see that he's checked out most of the books that you're looking through, and he was the last person really to check out most of these books, and it was checked out maybe 6 months ago. So you can see that there's been some activity in actually borrowing these books. There's a few notes from him himself. One of them is that he believes that the cause of evil stems from this crystal tower in the middle, which was not there when the city was built. So that's something that's happened after the fall of the city. There's also certain records of different families that used to live there that survived, and one of the names that does pop up is the Ordinfall family, which originally stemmed from there, but then relocated to a farm nearby, which is the only thing it really describes, which seems pretty accurate. Most of the rest of the information is just lists of people who gone in there, people who came back. There's some items that has been retrieved from this place, some of magical and some of maybe not magical term, not quite sure. One that stands out to you is a crystal cross that has been retrieved, and that is in the king's own, what should you call it, not archives, but his own collection, like in the king's collection. shake your head at me. But there's other items as well that's been found. There's swords, daggers. There's a book as well, which is referred to as the Book of Death. And that is also in the private collection of the king at this stage. This document was written 5 years ago, so things could have changed, but that is definitely what it says at the time. That's what you get with a 10. Celeste. There's a lot of creatures that has red eyes, green skin, in the water. It's a lot of different things. You rolled really fucking well. What was the total?
Only a 23.
Okay, still good. So based on the what you saw, the lack of memory and such, you get the sense that it has to be some sort of magic user, at least, to do something as powerful as removing memories or whatever that was. And there's one creature that keeps popping up on this list, one after another. Every time you look at the different things that happened, this is the one that kind of stands out. It's a sea hag. I believe that this is work of a sea hag.
And
Red eyes, green skin.
Do I know, like, have I ever encountered, like, that word before? Like, is there any sort of stories? No?
Well, you would have heard a lot of stories about creatures underwater that calls to people, but that's, like, there can be sirens, there can be mermaids, there can be a lot of different things, but specifically for what you have encountered, you know that this individual was of greenish skin and had the magic to mess with someone's brain. That wouldn't really be a siren. That wouldn't really be a mermaid because, I mean, I guess it could be, maybe, but it just doesn't stand out as the correct term. Also, none of these two have red eyes, where the sea hag has a tendency to have red eyes.
Are there any illustrations of them, or is it just text?
There is quite a few illustrations of sea hags, and they do not look very pleasant. They look like old ladies covered in seaweed. Some of their bodies are out of proportions, like they have hunches, like they have a big hunchback. One of their arms might be double as long as the other, and one of their eyes might be giant size compared to one. Some of them, you can see that the skin stops where the mouth normally stops, and then it just widens up into this giant smile and just like giant fangs within the jaw. It's definitely not a sight that's very pretty.
I am going to spend however much longer we have just putting some parchment over some of those illustrations and just tracing them in her sketchbook, and then just writing down just notes, like just paraphrases, just like keywords, just...
Sure. No problem, you can definitely do that. There's no issue with that. That is normal here as well.
Yeah. Cool. She'll kind of put the books back using her mage hand to kind of like help her kind of put them back to where they need to go.
You don't actually have to, because as soon as you say or have the intent that you're done, the book starts floating back by themselves.
Amazing.
Cool. Sick.
So that is definitely an interesting feature of this place. But
I want that in my house. Like, oh, I'm done with this plate. It just goes to the dishwasher by itself.
I think that's called the Phil 2000.
Fucking wish, man.
Right.
All right. And then, yeah, so when she's done with each one, she'll just kind of like put it in the air.
Right.
Okay, done.
Very well. So as you're done, you also notice one interesting thing out of your corner of your eye as you accidentally look. With that roll, you do notice that there is a section of kids' books. And one of them seems to be of a similar make to another book that you saw Ingue find not long ago. There's volumes 4 and 5 of The Princess.
And written by, what was the name that she went under?
Vinny.
Are we
Yeah,
like
it's
in?
like this, so-
Were you keeping secret from me? Like, are we like in study hall together? Like, oh, look at this.
I don't think she would she would be like keeping secret. She would have been like, I'm just going over here to do something.
Yeah.
And
But if
then-
Ingwe's like, oh look, I found the Ordinfall family tree.
oh yeah,
Like,
that should
you're
be like,
like
oh, wow,
accessible.
that's-
Yeah, okay. So in that case, Ingwe would have like verbalized all the things he found to Celeste, but he's probably not going to verbalize it all to everyone else, which is quite actually important.
That's what I'm putting away the books. Celeste will kind of like look over, and then mage hand those 2 volumes, kind of like bring them out. Then one will kind of like go over to Ingue, and one will come to her. She'll go, recognize this. Wasn't this something that you were looking for?
Yeah. This is my mum wrote this. Actually, I've got
Got volumes 1, 2, 3 somewhere else.
they're back at England house, aren't they?
Yeah, there's probably a big fine on those books by now, but other than that, they're at the Ordinfall family residence.
No, I asked for them to return them. Yeah.
He's
Because I
having
was
a
tossing up
baby.
stealing them or anything. Yeah. Cool.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they're done, maybe they're done.
Yeah.
But yes, you've seen them before, the other 3.
Because I did steal some of them, didn't I? I stole.
Well, technically you stole those books. You didn't...
Well, I stole. I
actually
think I
get them.
stole my mum's books, but I took like a whole tray of books.
Yes, so those ones would have been returned, but the other 3 are stolen ones.
Yeah, so I kept them with me. So I've
Okay.
got those books.
Okay, so you have them with it. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's not change anything.
Yeah.
So there's 2 volumes again, so you have volume 1 to 5 now. Technically.
Cool.
To read them.
Yeah, let's.
Right. So what are you doing when you're reading one specifically? Are you reading through all of them? What are you doing?
They're like
can-
kids' books, right? So they don't take too long to read.
They're not too long to read now. They're
Ingue reads
small.
4 and I read 5, and then we swap.
Yeah, so we'd read them in our heads, and then Ingwe would start from 1 to 5 and read all 5 of them. Like,
Right. Okay.
But the Harry Potter books, whenever a new one comes out, you gotta start from the beginning. And
yeah.
Very well. So I'll just summarize the ones that you have already read because I can't remember which one you did read. But if you're reading all of them, it doesn't really matter. So
Yeah.
So they're just called The Princess. So the first book is about a young princess who's been captured by an evil king, but she tricked him into escaping. That is pretty much the story essence of the kids' book. Obviously, you have to go through a lot of pages to get to just that small amount of information, but that's pretty much what that story says. In book 2, the princess falls in love with a prince in the land of Armadan. She found true happiness, and she was blessed with a child. And there's pictures of drawings, and like they're not really well made drawings, but you can see that it's a kid's book for sure, so it probably wouldn't matter that much. In the third book, the evil king would not let her go, and as he found her, he captured her loved ones, and she surrendered so no one of her loved ones would be in pain. And you can see that the evil king is drawn as a wolf. In the fourth book, but the princess was smarter than the king ever could be, and she hid her child and her husband and told them the way to a land of elder power where they could be safe forever. And the drawings in this book looks fairly similar to how your home looks like, Ingue. And the fifth book. The princess was sent to a place far, far away to perform one last task for the king, an impossible task. She will one day find a way to stay alive, waiting for the day when a handsome prince will rescue her. She secretly received word that her son was raised in safety in the Elderland with a prince and her friend. One day she could escape once again. She could be reunited with you, Yugni. So it's spelled Eugni. The end. For now, as it says.
So Ingue's going to read that story like a story. And I'm also going to just pause this moment, actually, because I will repeat the story by the campfire at when we're... on the... I don't know, Celeste will react now. So, like, I think I'll let Celeste react now if she would. But I think reading this, Ingue is going to be like, oh, cool story.
So this is... So, Ingue, if I'm putting the pieces together properly in my head, which I think I am, the woman that raised you at home is not your mother.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it. If they were talking about you in this book, and it says here your name, if they're talking about you, how could your mother have written this book before you were born?
Does it have my name in it?
It does, look down the bottom here, the last word.
Does it say Ingue or Eugenie? I think it said
Eugenie.
Yes. E-U-G-N-I.
E-U-G-N-I. That's not me.
It is.
I mean, is it?
Backwards.
I'm not very good at reading.
This story was meant for you. Your name is here. You say that when you go back to your homeland, you're not allowed to leave. And how are these books here with stories of you in it?
Well, they were written by that's my mum, right? Like,
Correct.
so my mum's Vidrina, and so you saying?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting the pieces together.
Well,
Because I'm just thinking, if your name is here and it is backwards, and there is this story, and we know that many of the threads of the story have been true, if not the literal meaning of them, the threads of the story with the Pixie King and all of that have been wrong true. And if your name is in this book, yet your mother's at home, how did this book come to be in the outside world if your mother cannot leave once she is returned? Do you understand what I'm saying? How are these books here?
well, she gave me my name, so she could, like...
But think of the rest of the threads in the story.
Wow, that's... The princess... Doesn't... Can I... No, I think I'm... It's... Yeah, there's lots of truth in stories. So you think the Pixie King is the evil king? Yeah, I suppose this picture does kind of look like him.
Does the picture look like him?
Well, it's a wolf with a king's crown.
Wow.
And
So-
you said you mentioned that looking at this photo, this one kind of looks like you're from.
Yeah, it does. That's very... But that's the... Yeah, interesting.
And
yes.
the very last image where this text is on, in the very last book, it looks like a doorway made of fire. And then there's this figure in the middle that looks like it's been drawn to be a female character, but you can't see the individual. But you can see the outlines of like a princess crown.
Wow.
Have you ever heard that word before these stories, Armadan?
Have I heard the word Armadan?
Nope.
What was the word I was told to tell at... It was a word that I was supposed to say at bars.
Tab? I don't know.
Nah, it was like... I have to figure it out. It was before I started keeping notes on the computer. What about... Have a look at this, Celeste. Can you make anything out about this? And I'll pull out the iron thing that I've been rubbing.
The eye in the thing you've been rubbing?
That has 23x follow sun marks bullet palm.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
The little rusty thing that has all the clues that I've been slowly rubbing has the code.
So the plate, like the
plates.
plaque.
Yeah.
The plaque. Yeah. So what do you do with that? Sorry.
Well, can you make anything else? Before I left, Mum gave me this. I've already kind of rubbed. She just said to meditate on it. But if we're leaving secret codes, what about? Can you do that thing where you like clean things? Can you clean it?
Sure, I can. Just do it here.
Well, maybe.
Quite a place as any.
Yeah. Is it a problem? It's just little.
No, it's not at all. She'll take her hands and kind of move it in circles and prestidigitation the entire thing to remove rust and dirt and grime and leave it as it's.
Right. So it's like a placard, kind of like if you assume that this would be mounted onto a piece of wood and put on the wall, but it's just kind of the metal, but it's silver. It's like a silvered piece of metal, right? As you start removing all the grime, it's almost like you can just see it disappearing when your hand just goes over it. And before, when Ingue was rubbing it, it took him a while to get a single word. But now when you're doing it, you slowly start cleaning it one by one. All the words start appearing on this thing.
You should have asked me to do this ages ago, Ingue.
Well, what it says is instructions in silver, map of the coin, compass of the limp, 23x 137y. And then it goes on to the next line. Start where the sun marks the rock. Follow the double palm. See from a bird's perspective. Follow the bullet. Into the mouth, crawl up the mast, crawl through the eye, ascend into air. At noon, the path wakes up. X marks the spot. That is it.
Did you get that all that?
I stopped writing. I've got map of the compass of the lame 23, and then I was like, Tom will send it to us, and I just stopped writing.
I will send it now, just to be
Sweet.
fair.
Thank you.
Can I ask about borrowing the books? Because I've noticed, like, in the back, there's like writing and stuff. Does that mean we can like borrow books out and bring them back later?
You can borrow them if you sign up for a card.
Yeah. Yep. I would like to do that, please.
So it costs you 2 silver to sign up, and then you can get to borrow the books for a month, and then you have to return them.
Sure.
I am putting this one in both.
So, what's a treasure map?
Looks like it. I wonder. 23x 137y. So that would be like the things on the map. Locations. I wonder what map it is. In silver map. Oh yeah.
It says map of the coin. Was that what it said? Map of the coin.
Compass of the limp. Find the right map. This doesn't match any of the maps that we currently have, does it? Like if Ingue thinks about he bought those maps off that dude, there's no maps that we've bought.
It's not a navigation term that you're familiar with.
Yeah.
However, both of you do remember a coin with a map on it.
In the casino.
No. Tam has it.
Tam has it. Valentina had it.
And you also know the individual who used to have it before. Someone dropped this. Someone that you're familiar with, and eventually it ended up in Tam's hands. If you remember that part, Celeste.
Oh, me? I know who had the map, the coin map.
When we killed the pirates? When we fought the pirates? The
coin used to belong to your old captain. But it was gifted to Tam from an old friend of his. It was his old friend's lucky coin. Obviously, he died, so maybe it wasn't that lucky, but it was gifted to him by his wife.
Oh, yes, I wrote this down because I recognized it when you said yes. Oh, that was ages ago. Fuck.
So that does kind of ring a bell, like map of the coin.
Oh my god, it's all connected, you guys.
Government's run by lizard people.
Stop reading my notes. Back to the pen.
Oh, I wrote it down. I wrote it somewhere. I'll find it. Oh, no. I've got here the golden nugget, but that's not it.
Well,
yeah, we can go through and find it, but yes, it's all connected.
For now, what is Dreccik doing?
Dreccik is going to a church to figure out if he can find out anything about the cursed city.
Okay. So the only temple here is for Moradin. You have heard of Moradin before. It's one of the real gods in some people's eyes, but obviously that's not true. You know better. There's
I've
a
met
few
the gods.
Yeah, you've met them. Do you know they're real? There's a few priests and clerics there. There's also one individual who has a lot of armor that seems like he's standing out as more like a paladin. All of them are dwarves, but the patrons coming in and out are not necessarily dwarves. Some of them are dwarves, some of them are human, some of them are half elves. It's all depending on perspective, if you want to say it like that. Gods can have multiple worshippers, and you guess that that's probably normal.
Hello? Hello there.
Hello, and you see that the armored guy approach you. He's a dwarf with his beard made into like 3 braids, and he has it in a ponytail, and he has like really thick metal armor, and you can see he has chainmail underneath as well. So he's very well armored, and he has like a giant battle axe on his back. What can I help you with, Mr. Dragonborn?
Yes, my friends and I, we've been traveling around the parts recently, and we were just wondering if anyone knew anything about this cursed city that we passed a couple days ago.
Well, I think there's an extensive library in the archives that has general information about it. I know that it once was a real city and was cursed and then it fell apart. Our church doesn't really have much to do with that specific journey, but there is reports of undead creatures coming from there and spreading out to nearby cities, and sometimes we have to deal with the fallout of such an affair. But
Yes, I
there's
saw an undead dragon flying around that city.
wow, I haven't heard that one before. Wow.
Really?
No, that
was-
was quite interesting.
I just thought, being a city of undead, that maybe you guys would, know more about it is all. My friends went to the archives already to see if they can find out anything about it.
Right. I mean, it's not something that we deal with, and most of that is devoted to the Larrick Church instead of ours. They're very specifically tasked with destroying that city, but also at the same time don't have the military means to raise an army, for instance, or similar.
So the Larrick Church
Yes,
tasked with
correct.
destroying. And where may I find this Larrick Church?
I think the closest one here is probably in Kingshelm. That's the biggest one, because obviously they can't build a cathedral, or they have fulfilled their oath and all that stuff. But yeah,
Right. Okay. Good. What's your name, by the way?
my name is Keenan Baz. I'm a paladin of the First Order here.
Oh, the First Order.
Yes, I mean,
What's
obviously
the
I'm
First
the only
Order
one.
for?
Oh, it just means my rank. I'm the highest ranking paladin of this area.
No, that's pretty impressive.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm sure the gods look pleasingly upon you. Have you been chosen by them at all?
In a way, yes, I would assume that that's how you would say it. I don't know your customs where you're from, but I devoted myself to the church, and the church gave me the ability to communicate with my god, and the god grants me powers. So, in a way, I'm chosen to.
Oh, so you can speak with your god pretty regularly then.
I mean, I can commune with my god. It's not always that I see a sign of this, but I mean,
Well, my god's just left this tattoo on my arm. It's pretty cool, I guess.
interesting.
Normally
Well,
people
man.
get marked by only one, but I got marked with all of them. Still trying to figure it out.
I guess that would make you a paladin of the First Order too. If you
Paladin.
have that sort, I don't even know. Like,
I don't know, I've never really been a warrior type, I guess. More healing.
well, that is the majority of what we do here too. Like, we heal, we defend if we need to, but we spend most of the time healing illnesses and trying to fix things that are broken.
Like this cursed city. But not this cursed city.
Well, not really the cursed city. It would require a lot of manpower, and we
Yes,
are devoted
right.
to protecting this city itself.
Right. Well, me and my friends are gonna try and meet up with this Larrick church in Kingshelm, I think, because I don't want to do something about this city.
Right. Well,
We don't like it.
I don't like it either, but you can count me in if you ever need anyone. I will gladly come with you.
All right. If we can get a sizable army up, we'll come swing by, shall we?
Of course. Of course.
Pleasant chatting with you, and good luck with your first order things.
Right. Well, may Moradin bless you, even though you believe otherwise.
And may the Archidron bless you, I guess, even though you don't. I've met mine face to face, just saying.
I meet mine every day.
There you go. Bye.
And you get that he probably meant that, like, metaphorically speaking, not really, but yeah.
Well, I don't think Dreccik would.
Well, maybe not. Oh, that's normal. Okay.
He's like, oh, you've met yours too. Wonderful. Moving on.
Fair enough. All right. Sean,
Yes, indeed.
so what are you up to? All by yourself?
I'm taking Derlan. We're just gonna go say hello to an old friend. Go check the boar huts, see how Crumrig and Belbear are doing.
Right. So you can see that his apothecary has grown quite substantially, to the point where they are setting up tents outside of the house, and the majority of the production goes on in the inside of the house in the basement. But the store itself has now expanded onto a temporary market outside in front of the house. It looks like they have a few people working for them now too. Looks like there's 4 or 5 individuals trying to sell potions to people who come by and trying to make everything clean and tidy. And there's chairs where people can sit down, and it's even a place where you can try hair oil or nail polish remover / do not drink. There's a lot of different individual options. There's even a chair where it seems like there's an individual giving massages to people sitting there waiting. So it seems like it's expanded a little bit from just simply being an apothecary. But you also know that he has a new working partner.
Okay. I feel like Jean very much gets to the impression of like when you go back to an old place you really knew and it's completely changed, and you're just like,
Yeah.
all right.
It is like that. It's been redone, repainted. Everything is beautifully, very shiny and stuff like that.
I hope this place is as cool as it used to be. This club used to be banging. Right. Come on, boy. Let's holy shit, this is changed up a bit.
Yeah, it expanded a little bit, I think.
All right. Well, I mean, good for him. I'm glad he's been successful. Let's go see how they're doing.
Sure. Let's
excuse
go.
me. Hello.
This is a. It looks like a very strong woman in wearing like mostly white clothes. Who's like, she looks like she's stretching her hand, so you get the feeling that she's probably the masseuse. Hello, how can I help you? Would you like a massage?
The furthest thing from.
What is the opposite of a massage? I don't think we do that kind of stuff here, but...
No, I meant a conversation with Cromrig. It was a joke saying that he's a bit rough around the edge. Is the boar hearts in?
Yes, they are in the basement at the moment producing, so I'm guessing you're a friend?
Yeah, I kind of used to work here.
Oh, well, go right ahead then. He's downstairs.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Make my way down.
But,
I assume once beyond a certain point, it sort of gets familiar again, kind of.
Yeah, as soon as you get to like the basement, like, you know, they'll have those basement doors that kind of open up. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of like old inns used to have that, and they put all the stuff that way through.
Yeah, like is it a cellar door? Is that what it's called?
It's kind of like a cellar door, yeah. It's like an angle. As soon as you get to that, everything inside seems to be the same. Everything outside seems to have had a bit of a fixer-upper, but everything inside looks to be similar. You walk down these stairs, and everything feels like pretty much like it used to be. It's quite dark in there, but there is lights set up here and there, and you notice that there is one change that's pretty significant, is that this place used to be just one set of herbalist tables set up for Crumrig himself to work. And then there was an area where all the wares was on display, and that place is now outside. But that place has now been replaced by a workshop of some sort that looks like it's to do with metal gears and stuff like that. And as you enter, you see a little goblin sitting there with giant welding glasses, and he's like trying to put two things together, and he takes out this welding gun, and you just see this flame shooting out and heating up these things. And
cover your ass, boy.
He's just sitting there. Oh, hello. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you here for a pickup?
Nope. Just came to visit an old friend.
Oh. Are we old friends? It's so nice to see you again.
Yep. Nope. I like your positive attitude, but no, I'm looking for the boar hearts.
Oh, thank God! I have no idea who the fuck you are. Okay, well, he's somewhere in the corner there. Just if you sit down, he'll be down in 2 seconds. He's just went to the loo.
Yep, no dramas.
Okay.
What is this? All right, you get right back to it.
It looks like he's assembling some sort of, I wouldn't say toy, but it looks like some kind of little gadget.
Is it like somewhat reminiscent, although I imagine nowhere near on the same scale, but kind of like the things we would have seen in Kronos?
Yes, it's a very similar situation setup. You've seen people do something similar to what he's doing at the moment. And then the other corner, everything seems like it used to be. There's a little chair that you can sit there and wait. And Derlan sits down on one of the chairs and sit down on the other. And then a few seconds later, very familiar face pops out behind the curtain. And you can say, there you are, boy. It's been a while since I've seen you. And he goes over and he gives you a big hug.
Return it back as well. Yeah, it has been way too goddamn long. I mean, shit, things like really picked up around here, didn't they?
Yeah, this is my new partner. He's Cleggy Don. He's good with things. To be honest, I don't know what he's doing half the time, but he's good at getting customers.
I mean, as long as they ain't stealing from you and doing good work, that's all you really want from an employee, right? Making you money.
He's really good at making weird things. What happened to your arm?
It's a story.
Right.
A long one. You and the missus wrapping up soon? Maybe we can all meet. I got some friends I think you might like to meet down at the old
Belching Boar?
Belching Boar, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we have about an hour left to go, or something like that. So after that, we can probably hang out. If you are interested in having a meal, we can go to the boar and have a feast on me, of course.
Oh, no, I couldn't let you pay for it. I mean...
Of course you could.
I'm here.
It's pretty easy. All you have to do is nothing.
I guess.
There you go. We agree.
Yeah,
Thank you.
All right, damn it. Well, I mean, in the meantime, do you want a hand? I still got a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm still pretty handy with the herbalism kit. I can
to be fairly honest, I don't really. The way we've made this production, we have a machine helping us, kind of. And that's obviously Cleggy's job. So we're kind of ahead of things. We have a lot of things in stock now, like healing potions, ointments, itchy toe salve. There's certain things you can take if you need some kind of hydration. We have a whole bunch of things. Like Cleggy's good at creating like a magical effect as well to put on to some of these potions or other things. Like he sells these like I call them rattlesticks. It's like he takes out this little stick and then he just does this and it sounds like a rattlesnake.
Oh,
like little interesting toys for kids and stuff like that. He's good at that. He's good at making candy too.
They ain't from Kronos by chance, are they?
No, he makes them. He makes them here.
No, I meant Cleggy. Is Cleggy from Kronos originally? I saw a lot of this sort of stuff up there.
He's been there, but I don't think he's lived there. I think he thought it was too crowded.
I mean, yes, Cleggy knows what they're talking about from the sounds of it.
I can see he stops welding and he pops up the glasses and looks over and he's like, yeah, it's pretty hard to stand out when everyone's a fucking idiot. This way, I'm the only dumb one.
Did he say only dumb one?
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
All right. I mean, regardless, awesome. Well, I don't know. We'll check out the place a bit. We'll see what sort of changed in the meantime. You finish up what you need to do, and then we'll head on down.
Yeah, we just need to pack up and stuff like that. It will be done in about an hour, I think. We just need to finish up all the stuff upstairs.
Perfect. Yeah. How's Belmera, by the way?
No, she's pretty good.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
We're hoping that maybe we can have a child soon, but it's been pretty busy, and so far we haven't gotten lucky yet. I mean, I've got pretty lucky, but I haven't gotten that kind of lucky.
I get what you don't.
I mean, trying is the best part, right?
My boy, Derlan. Yep, I know how it works. Don't worry.
At least you have proof it worked once.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with that, I'll leave you to it then for now. You get back to your things. Do you want us to just meet you there, or otherwise we'll just hang around and we can head down with you guys?
Oh, we'll just come down. We're not quite sure exactly if it's going to be an hour or more, but I'll give it a go and see.
All right.
How we get.
Well, it was good seeing you again, brother.
You too. Let's catch up properly a little bit later.
Absolutely. Even though probably going to see him in an hour, he's going to give him a shake and a hug again, and then. Man, I'm missing just a one town thing more and more. All right, let's go. Come on, Derlan. Don't fucking touch any of the shit on the way out. That's a lesson I learned a long time ago.
Is that a flame? Oh, I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, okay.
And don't forget back to the Belching Boar.
Right. So you're heading back to the Belching Boar. I think Dreccik, are you doing the same?
Yep.
And you two, what are you two doing now?
Going back as well. I think after we've had our little revelations, oh, I know where the coin is. I know who has the coin. Lady Pascal gave it to Dan.
That looks like someone I know. Very well. Cool. Well, I'll say that you all convene back at the inn, but I think it's time for us to have a little break, and then we can continue on from there for the first time tonight together. So let's pop into a short break, and we'll catch up afterwards.
We split the party and we didn't die.
Well, I mean, it's not over yet.
See you in a bit.
Bye.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants. and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Whatever fragile piece was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly tests the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordinfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlan and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlan, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for Kingshelm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Gratvört, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Rick. Camera is always super slow for some weird ass reason, but there we go. We are back again as everyone finally meets up again at the Belching Boar. I'd say that you all meet outside in front as you are about to enter. And the Belching Boar itself is a fairly large establishment. It has 2 levels to it, and there's a lot more wiggle room for people to come and set at tables than you're used to. This is an inn that's probably the same size as 4 or 5 ordinary houses. And it looks like it is pretty packed. There's a lot of people there, and there's a lot of people who's already a little drunk. You can see people in their work outfits that they are just sharing a beer with a friend or having a work conversation after work or something like that. It's packed. It's absolutely packed.
Holy shit, we all got here at the same time?
How did we plan that?
I didn't. Did you? Were you waiting off to the side? Or... Not important. Let's head inside.
Oh.
You all seem to be connected on a rather intimate level. It doesn't surprise me that would be in sync somehow.
Looks down at the tattoo.
I don't think we're that intimate, Celeste. Just because we sleep in the same tent doesn't mean...
Oh, the things I've heard out of you, Dreccik, I can assure you, it doesn't get more intimate than that.
What have you heard of around me?
What do you not know?
Mostly the
Now I'm concerned.
Oh
But you can see that the inn is definitely very packed. You can see there's 3 individuals working there. There is a halfling behind the bar who seems to be running back and forth. It seems like he almost has a little bit of a, how should I say, he has a platform behind the bar so he can stand up in the right height for people. And he's just running back and forth across the bar pretty much. And he has like short hair. He has a little bit of a widow's peak in his hair and stuff like that. He seems to be very busy. He has like 4 gold earrings in one side and 4 gold earrings in the other side. Seems a little excessive, but choices. And he has this Bordeaux red shirt on that's running back and forth. There's also an elf waitress running back and forth between people trying to serve them. And there is a half-elf man as well, also running back and forth trying to serve everyone. And there's a lot of music there. It's pretty crowded. It seems like there's probably 50 people in here. There's room enough for maybe 70, so it's not too crowded, but you can definitely see that there's more people than you're used to in some of the smaller places.
Does Jean recognize any of the waitstaff?
You
Like,
notice
not
all 3 of them.
personally,
You know all 3 of them from having been there before. You know that the guy in the Bordeaux shirt is actually called Bordeaux. That is his nickname.
Okay. Bordeaux, yeah.
And then the elf waitress is Mia, and the half-elf is Jasper. And they have worked there for years, so you have seen them a million times before. There's other waitstaff that comes and goes, but these ones are just been staying there.
I'll organize drinks. You guys want to find a seat? Everyone happy with just an ale?
If they have wine, I'll take that.
Yeah. Ale's
Alright.
fine.
Red or white?
White.
Red. What kind of ale is there?
Nope, that was for the wine.
Red ale.
What kind of ale do you drink? Bottom of the barrel.
I think I had
Oh,
that.
I
Like
was,
the
I
rest
was
of them.
confused. I was like, this place has a choice of ale? That's so weird.
I mean, they might. Who knows? But would you prefer a wine or you want an ale? Dreccik.
Ale.
Ale. All right.
Ale.
Got you
Yep.
sorted. You sorted. Ingue. Anything particular?
Yeah, I'll have what you're having.
All right. Dylan, you get what I get you. Let's go.
Milk.
Sean's gonna
Very well.
push his way as close as he can and call out. Bodo was behind the counter, right?
Yes, he is the one running back and forth behind the counter, putting everything in glasses and mugs, and everyone's filling it up to the different tables.
Gonna like wait for a moment where there's very clearly like a few people ahead, I assume, that sort of thing. Once they all get served, it gets to the point where I start to go, okay, it's probably about me. And as soon as I see with a gap, photo.
Right. So you kind of see him take these orders left and right, and he just takes all the orders. He doesn't do anything. He just takes the orders one by one, and he takes your order as well. Hey, What do you want?
White wine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 ales and something sweet, non-alcoholic that you got.
Gotcha. And then he runs back to the bar and he just starts filling up all these glasses and cups and mugs and everything that he can just fill up. And you see one of them is just a shoe, and he's just filling up one of these shoes with ale, and he tosses it across the bar, and one of the barmaids give it to one individual who seems to be like a very drunk half-orc who's just sitting there like almost chewing on it while he's drinking it. You get the feeling that that is actually his own shoe. He just kind of starts putting all these into little batches and pushing them across the bar, and everyone's just kind of... It's very lively. Everything's going super fast. And then Mia comes over to you, and she's like, "Oh, so for all of this together, here's 2 gold."
2 gold? No problem. You got any powerful spirits? Something with a shot? 1 gold? Maybe 2?
Give me one of the top ones. Yeah. And he just throws it to her, and she just grabs this bottle.
All right.
This one here is very sweet, cherry flavored.
And it's a gold for the whole thing or for a shot? For a
whole thing.
Done. Here you go.
Cool. She takes the money, puts it in her pouch, and she's already off to someone.
Pay for it all. Yep. Grab that.
Nice.
And as the drinks come out, try to push together. If there's trays, use a tray. If not,
there's like little trays as well.
Yeah.
Put on.
Right.
No problem.
All right.
I'll try and find a nice corner booth.
Yep. So there's not so much a corner booth. It's mostly long tables set up separately. There is places where there's like separation walls put up. Just a makeshift kind of ones. So you can get like a long table in some area like that.
Yeah, we'll do it. I know it's kind of crowded, but somewhere kind of not in the middle of the room if possible.
Yep. Now most of the ones in the middle have already been taken, so you would be pushed further out towards one of the sides. You have windows right next to you. There's always no glass in it. It is getting a little colder, but you can sit there and have some fresh air coming into. It's very fresh in there, and compared to some other places you've been where everything's closed off, it smells a little moldy and stuff. So I can definitely do that. Derlan, he sits down, and he pulls out his drink as well, and he just starts drinking immediately.
What, like he's got a little flask type thing?
Yeah. He has a little pocket flask. He's like, "Oh, this is really, really good. You should try this." And he hands you the flask.
To me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll try it later, thanks. Look it up, put it away in my pocket.
It smells extremely alcoholic. It smells worse than the spirits that you have smelled some of the other people try from time to time, especially Dreccik. Sometimes when he drinks stuff, he forgets what it is and he just drinks the hot shit. This smells almost poisonous.
What was the non-alcoholic drink the lady gave me? Oh, sorry, the Bodo, the gentleman.
The non-alcoholic one is just like a cherry fizzy drink kind of situation.
Yep, this one's yours, boy. That's all you'll be drinking the rest of the night. I was going to let you have a bit of this as I pull out the liquor bottle and put it on the table.
Right, okay, so you're going to tell me what I can and cannot drink now that you're suddenly home, Dad.
Yes, because I've done that your whole life, and just because I've been away for a year does not mean you suddenly have full control of everything.
I think that's what it means, though. I think that's literally what it says.
Let the boy drink. He's taking care of himself.
I'm sure I can drink more than you, Dad.
Zombies.
Yeah, we drank last night enough, more than enough. I think it's time to ease up.
Well, if you can't handle it, I mean, just say so. You should have done that with the bowman competition as well.
Definitely not about not handling it. This is something you ain't gonna get me to change my mind on.
Right, I'll let you live. I'll let you live in the illusion that I don't drink. Oh yes, thank you, Daddy.
John hands out the drinks, the extra ale for Dreccik, and puts the liquor bottle in front of Dreccik and goes, That's for you, but, share a little.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, no problem. Just staring daggers at Derlan. I'm sitting down.
I think Celeste would also be kind of giving him a look.
Well, I
Like,
mean, I can sit at the
unimpressed.
kids' table if you want to, Dad. Hey, everyone, this is my dad. He brought me to a bar and I'm underaged. And then everyone just stops talking. And then start laughing.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like anyone cares.
Yeah. Keep that shit up. Keep it up. See how far it gets you through the night.
Oh, you know it. Eventually, you're finally sitting at a table together with alcohol within most of your reach.
So, how eventful was all y'all afternoons?
I found out who's in charge of taking care of the Cura City.
There's actually someone in charge of it.
Apparently, the Larrick Church in Kingshelm. Apparently,
Larrick Star? The church?
the Larrick Church, yeah. They're in the closest ones in Kingshelm, the guy said.
Isn't that the one Tam's brother joined up to or something like that?
No, that was the nameless ones.
Right, yes.
The Church of Larrick, that's consistent with what I found in the archives. They have a cathedral in the city, and they not allowed to build a new cathedral until they liberate the old one.
Oh, right. That's why they're so invested in it.
Well, it would make sense if their temples are defiled.
What else did you find out, Dreccik?
Found out not a lot else, to be honest. Keenan Bass told me all this stuff. He seemed to be like some sort of paladin fella.
Yes.
But he said if we can get some sort of army, he'll join us. But like,
excellent.
That's it.
Be great to get like all the different groups of gods. Like we could all gather together and form up. That'd really solve the problem if we could get
all us clerics in one place. That'd be good.
Yeah.
That's one more number. One more on top of anything is always good in this sort of circumstance.
Well, let's talk to the Church of Larrick when we get to Kingshelm. That's convenient because that's where we're heading already, isn't it?
Yes, it's actually it's quite good that things are lining up with where we're going.
You guys find anything at the archives or?
Well, I finished off my collection of my mother's books.
Oh.
Look, they let me borrow them, so now I've got all 5. It's great. I'll read into them. I'll read them to you on the ship. Now, here's not the right place, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Sean immediately gets fucking sus and looks around for the individual who's the Eladrin. Just sees if they're in the tavern at all.
The Eladrin?
The one that sort of spied on us from...
Pixie King.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, make a perception check.
Natural 20. 26.
You are very convinced that you have not seen him or anyone of his similar build since you have entered the city. Sorry,
just looking around, I thought, better be safe from last time. That's... Is that good news? I don't know how to take this, because last time there was a lot of new sort of revelations and things in those books, right? I
think they're just storybooks. I think they're just, Yeah, I think they're just stories that they wrote. I suppose, like, it is based on the truth, like lots of the other stories I know. It's kind of based on like the characters are the same, but the stories are different.
All right. Take your word for it. You know your mother's writing better than anyone.
Well, not really. We don't really write and read it. I had to learn how to read and write when I came out here. Celeste taught me.
Yeah.
I learned to read by reading the Book of Vecna.
Right.
We read the Book of Vecna?
Yeah, it's part of that. You know, like how I do the thing to try and figure out how to break the God Gates thing, and to do with our tattoos.
Oh.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. As you put the books away, Ingue, after showing them, you do notice again one of them is rattling. Let's put it away.
All right. Well, there's that. Celeste, you find anything out?
Nothing really of note.
Fair enough.
Ingue did a lot of the heavy research and things we were looking for, so.
All right.
Well, there was actually. Oh no, it's no, it's something else. It's Ingue's.
What? Oh yeah. I mean, you already know that your family's from there. Like, that makes sense, right? That's why it's all linked. So there was like reference to your family being from the city, and then like you moved to a farm.
The what?
What?
The Ordinfall family came from the city, and then you moved to a farm.
Gratvört.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming it's your ancestors' names are actually on the pillar in the city.
Yep. Kellon Ordinfall and Meredith Ordinfall.
We entered. I thought everyone saw it. It was on the thing as we entered. The names of the founders, or not founders, but the notable families.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
Mr.
missed that.
I saw nothing.
So yeah, like that. They are your ancestors, right? Like that's your.
It's a common name.
I don't think so. Well, I don't think it's a common name. At least I don't. Is there anything in like my family history that I'm aware of about linking us to Gratvört, or is it?
You've
like,
never
we've
been
always sort of
told
been on this
anything
farm.
about that part, but you do know that Kellon Ordinfall, which was the name, and Meredith Ordinfall is your grandfather's father. So great-great-grandfather, I guess it's called, and great-great-grandmother.
I mean, the names are there, but no, I've never known of any relation to that city. I thought it was just unlucky that we lived nearby. I thought we've always, I mean, my family's always sort of belonged to that farm, so far as I'm aware.
Oh wow! Well, that's interesting that you didn't know your family's story. What a weird.
So you're saying the names Kellon and Meredith Ordinfall were mentioned in a book and listed on some sort of tablet or something at the front, some stone wall?
There's a plaque, I think, on the gate as we entered. It was like near the entrance wall.
What the fuck?
Sorry, didn't point it out. Well, like the book that I was reading was like all the families of the and I can't remember the other names of the other people, but there was, you know, like in the book, I just noticed that it was Ordinfall. I was like, oh, that's John's family. Then
it was just a bit of a surprise because I've been thinking over in my head throughout this journey what happened to my father, and maybe he learned of something about that, and that's why he was so close. Maybe he went to investigate, not to hunt.
Yeah.
Because everything else found with him seemed so odd. The map and the dagger and things of that, like, that's not the type of thing he would get involved in normally. No, tonight's not the night for that sort of shit. I thank you for the information, though. I will think it over and.
Perhaps your sister might know
Anything
more
else
and go see her.
What I was thinking might be worth bringing it up. Oh, man, I hope she doesn't know anything. We'll find out, though.
How'd it go with your friend?
Yeah, I invited him to join us for a meal and a drink tonight, if that's all right.
Oh, yeah, great.
Yeah, they're doing well. Business is booming for them. Things seem to have really picked up. They've got a new partner, Cleggy Don, who building some Chronos type shit. I mean, not the same. Yeah, I'm sure old Cromrig will be able to explain it better when he comes along, but I imagine shouldn't be too long.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to share, Ingue? About what you found?
Oh, I wouldn't want to bore you with the details. I was reading all the different books. I just found out like maps of the space and some names of the people that had gone to try and liberate it in the past, and it was like a list from history. We'll find out more about that from the church. Same as what Dreccik found out. We'll find out more about it from the Church of Larak.
I didn't mean Gratvört.
Oh, that you mean about John's family?
Oh,
about the books, about the stories.
Doesn't matter if you don't want to talk about it, then.
I'm very confused.
Doesn't matter, but I think it's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right.
I will telepathically speak to Celeste and say, "Hey, Miss Celeste, I'm not trying to keep anything from anyone. What are you talking about?"
Can I reply telepathically?
Oh no, you can't. Good question.
You can certainly try, though.
So you know, I am, as Jacob, trying to just be like, not like the information's not interesting to John. Apart, like all the information I've read books for 2 hours and it's the same stuff that I've like. It's not. Ingwe's not sharing, but Jacob is not sharing. If that makes sense. But was there something specific that you were not? You were saying that I should be.
I just thought it might be interesting to talk about the plate, like the plot.
Oh, the plate. Yes. Yeah. The plot. Yes, I do actually want to talk about that. I knew. Sorry, my brain.
When you're hinting at one thing, but the other person thinks you're hinting at something else, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, Miss Celeste, clean this thing for me.
Oh.
Look, it's like a riddle. Yeah, and then we were talking about and then we talked like remember I think Mr. Tam has a thing. It's a great excuse to go and see him. I think that's what this map refers to, is that the coin that Mr. Tam had.
I'm a bit confused, but all right. So the plate got cleaned up. You managed to figure out everything on it, and you're saying it's hinting towards some sort of coin that will help.
Well, we know the coin. Yes, there is a map on the coin that Tam is currently in possession of, but we need the map on the back of the coin to figure out the coordinates or the latitude and longitude of this part here, which will then lead us to, ultimately X marks the spot.
Yeah, where the sun marks the thing, and I'm going to follow the palm.
All right. Man, maps have become confusing. I swear they just used to be, hey, here's a piece of paper with some dots and lines. And yep, all right.
But don't worry about that, Mr. John. I'm sure that's not connected to what we're what we're doing here. It's very important that we deal with your family's problem, and maybe maybe I can go and visit the place with you, and maybe I'll visit with Derlan, and maybe I'll visit there with Derlan's son. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, and maybe Dad, he'll let me drink.
Yeah, I mean, by that time, you'll probably be in what, your 50s? Older than
I'm
me?
already in my 50s. You're like 100 now.
I'm 30. God's damn 9.
Everyone stops and just looks at you. What? Wow.
Wait,
okay.
What?
Where do you live? I don't want to live there.
39. 39.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sure.
Farming life ain't kind on your skin, your hands, and everything else.
You should never judge someone, on how old they are and by how they look.
See, I should be allowed to drink.
I'm older than all of you combined.
Please, Celeste just said it.
No, I did not say that
No,
you could drink,
what?
Derlan. Do not put words into my mouth, or I assure you, you and I will not be friends.
All
Yeah,
right,
you're definitely
all right.
picking the wrong person to mess with in that regard.
All right.
Yeah, 39. Ain't that old.
I was still
What?
living at home when I was 39.
You hear that, Derlan? See?
Okay, I consider that.
I am 26. And I haven't lived at home since I was 7.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh my god.
I love that that came as like a revelation of you doing the maths for the first time ever. Holy shit.
As you're having this conversation, you hear an unfamiliar sound from outside. It sounds a little bit like, let's see if I can do it. And you, because you're at the window, you see these 5 machines kind of slowly pull up next to the bar. And on the back of them, there's these individuals covered in leather outfits. And one of them is a little bit different. One of them is wearing a little bit of different outfit, but also she's wearing a leather jacket. And they just have these machines going, and you see that they're like hovering off the ground, like, and they turn a little key thing, and then they turn them off, and they just float onto the ground. And then one by one, they go into the bar, and you can see they're just covered in leather outfits. There are leather pants, leather jackets, leather vests. Everything is just
Cover Ingue's eyes.
yeah. And one of them is like a human, and he looks like a tough guy, and he has like a little red bandana across his forehead, and he has an eye patch on one eye. And he comes in, and you can see that because they are wearing these leather vests, you can see that they have like tattoos everywhere, and it's like rock and roll symbols, like stars and roses and skulls and stuff. They look like badasses, and they're like stubbles. They haven't shaved for a bit. And the first guy who comes in is a human. The second one that comes in is a furbolg, a tall furbolg, also wearing a similar outfit with the same kind of vest on and stuff like that. And there's a dwarf that comes in as well, and he has like a long brown beard, and then he has like a tall mohawk, almost like a foot-long mohawk that just goes back. Again, what stands out with him is it has a massive tattoo on his arm that says "Drummer Boy Loves Mom." And he has like a blue bandana across his forehead and like lots of earrings and stuff like that. And last, there's another member that comes in, which is a half-elf, and he's also wearing similar outfits. He's very like everyone has their own kind of features, and he's like pretty like generic, like compared to all the other ones. He doesn't have any standout features. Short brown hair, half-elf, leather outfit. No specific tattoos that stands out to you as super weird. No bandana, nothing like that. And then the last individual that comes in is a female half-elf. Sorry, a female elf with blonde hair. And she has like really dark makeup under her eyes. And she has like this blue corset. And then she has like this... It's like a leather jacket, but it's also embellished with fabric. So it looks like a gothic kind of vibe. And she has like one earring. With like a big skull in it that's just hanging off her ear and stuff like that. And then she has 2 chopsticks in her hair. She looks pretty badass as well, but she looks like she's not as the others. The others look like they're just wearing these outfits together, like a costume, and she's just wearing her own real clothes. And she has like a little book, and she sits down at one of the one-man tables, and these individuals starts heading in, and they all have these large bags with them. And everyone's like, "Oh, there they are!" And they're like looking at them as they walk past, and then they head towards the other end of the bar. Oh, and sorry, and one last thing that you can see as they pass is that you can see each of these individuals have has a emblem on the back of their vest that says the Sons of Flymph. Sons of Flymph. Flymph. Flymph.
That was a very loud entrance. Well, they seem completely unimportant. Anywho.
Maybe they are.
What are those strange contraptions they seem to be? What are they? Never seen anything so beautiful.
Oh, sure. I've seen similar, not really similar, but the same type of design when we were in Kronos, with those little kind of machines that were running around on the table and giving people drinks, and seems to remind me of that, except these are fully mobile and not tied to any sort of track.
Ooh. Yeah, Kronos' reach seems to be really starting to get out there.
Well, if you can't make your own magic, then buy it, I suppose.
True. You know what? It reminds me of Dreccik, actually. Looks like some sort of machine version of Asshole and Stormmead.
Machine version of what?
The goats.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry,
all I heard was asshole meat.
I heard asshole and storm meat, and I'm like, what?
That's what I heard too. I was like, asshole storm meat. Like, I thought it was referencing the type of like farts. Like,
I mean, kind of the asshole. I guess it kind of works, but yeah, no, I'll go with Stormmead and asshole. Because they're holding on to these things that remind me of the horns, and
yes,
yeah.
I can see how they would do that. Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean to distract from it. Just an observation. What were we talking about?
Should we go say hi to these people?
Hi. Hang on. I'm going to kind of like lean over and like, I don't know, the closest person to us, I guess, is kind of like tap them on the shoulder.
Of just the individuals in the place, or these individual guys?
No, just the closest person to where we're actually sitting. That's not those random people that just walked in.
Yep, so that's just some human, looks like a farmer dude. Hey, what can I help you with? Yeah.
Hey,
you want to dance? I haven't danced in many years.
Oh, you won't be able to keep it up, me darling.
Then I don't want to do it.
I was just wondering, those people that came in, quite an entrance. Who were they?
They're the band.
Oh, the band.
Yeah, the Sons of Flymph.
Interesting. What kind of music? What kind of genre?
It's like it's like, when you have a stone, and then you kind of hit a cow with it. It makes noise.
I can use my imagination. Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like like you throw a stone at a farm, kind of. I don't know. You'll hear soon. I'm gonna see if I can try to get their autograph. Sorry.
All right.
Off.
Good luck.
And you can see far away on the other side. You can see that they're walking onto this little stage, and they're starting to open these bags and pull out all these instruments. You see that there's a guitar, and there's some stand for singing. There's a bass. There's a drum set. Looks like the dwarf is the drummer, obviously drummer boy. Looks like the furbolg is the bass player, and the human is a guitarist, and also looks like he's singing. And then there is the last guy is a flutist. So he looks a little out of place with this little flute, and everyone else is like carrying these big instruments. and you can see the last individual is just sitting in a corner, just writing down notes. Looks like maybe she's the manager. And then eventually they start playing, and it is country rock. Stone farm thing.
Just a little Taylor Swift in there.
I dug my key into the side.
It's a lot of songs about horses leaving their owners to go be with another owner, stuff like that.
Do they
It's
sing
weird.
a song about a horse that farts constantly?
Not specifically, but I mean metaphorically. I mean, you could probably make that out of one of the.
I've never related to music so much.
And as they start, you can see all the crowd just goes wild, and they're actually really good. They're really good at playing, and really good at hyping up the crowd and stuff. But yeah,
Interesting.
It's a hell of a band.
Both came in with those bags. I thought they were going to ransack the place, but that's what I get for judging a book by its cover.
Why didn't you just tell us not to do that?
I said don't assume someone's age by how they look. Not the same thing.
Oh, right, sorry.
Don't judge a book before you read
So
its publishing date. I guess.
Don't judge. Hang on. So judge a book by its cover, but not its age by its cover. What?
The book, well, because there are the editions. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Oh. What?
Look, I don't know why I'm trying to relate book metaphors to you, Dreccik.
It's a book.
so eventually Crumrig and his wife appears, and you can see that Clicky is also with them, and he is also very observant and instantly wants to touch the bikes, but someone pulls him off, and he comes with you inside. He's still wearing his welding glasses. He just has them open now. He comes in, and Crumrig introduces all of them to the rest of the table. So there's Crumrig, and I forgot what his wife's name was.
Belmera.
Belmera. I didn't write that down on that note, but yeah. Belmera, and then Cleggy, which is Cleggy Don, his business associate. And then they sit down next to you and start ordering food and drinks.
You guys, welcome. These are my friends, and I guess my friends. Dreccik, Ingue, Celeste. This is Cromrig and Belmera, the Boarhearts, and this is their new work associate, Cleggy. Was it?
Yeah. My name is Cleggy. You can call me Clegg, but it has to be with 2 A's, or it's wrong. Clegg.
There are A's in there. All right.
Yeah, it's a southern explanation. It's an accent thing.
Sure. Just clarifying.
Absolute pleasure to meet you. Jean has told us a lot about you and how, you were very close friends when he lived around here. So it's good to meet you.
Oh, that's true. He used to help me in the shop. He used to help me with all the herbs and the potions and stuff. And yeah, he was really good at it. Maybe he should have stayed and made it into his business.
Yeah, no, I had to go back to the farm, sort shit out there.
I know.
Yeah, no,
But
it would have been
wasn't
nice
magic.
business opportunity, but I appreciate it.
No. That's okay. I got a new associate now. Cleggy here.
And it seems to all be going very well. How did you guys meet?
Oh, it's a long story. We kind of met. I was visiting Kronos, and he was visiting too, and both of us were new people there, and we just started talking about our individual stories about what we do. And at the time, it didn't seem like that good of an idea to make a partnership with anyone, but then eventually it became a better idea, maybe, and I contacted him, and he was up for the challenge. So now we're trying to up the numbers of our store together and see if we can combine our efforts.
Yeah, seems to be going well. So you ended up visiting Kronos in the end, Cromrig.
Yeah, I was there for a short visit. I just was curious about, there was a I should say there was a seminar about potions, and that's kind of potion making. So I wanted to go there and see if they had anything to offer. Of course, I know everything already, but I just wanted to check. You know, keep in track.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. I mean, I was gonna actually give you a potion to say thanks, but then I realized you pretty much on top of that.
Oh, yeah, specifically potions. It's probably not the right thing to maybe give me. I mean, I love gifts, but I can make my own.
I got an idea. I'll get you a drink. How's that?
That sounds like a good idea.
All right. I'll get you an ale. I assume everyone else is after an ale as well. Bill Marrow.
I would like I would like an ale out of a shoe, and he gives you one of his shoes.
This was always a weird thing they did here. Yep. All right. Cool.
And it's a specialty.
Yep.
It mixes with the odor, and it becomes this. It's a thing. You should try it.
Shoey or something, I think it's called. All right.
I'll have a shoey.
Yeah, there you go. You should try. When in Rome, you should roam.
You don't have. You don't have shoes, do you, Dreccik?
No.
They have borrowers. You can borrow one of the ones that the other people use when they don't have shoes.
All right, I'll borrow a
Straight
shoe.
from Lost and Found.
Hey, Jean, can I borrow your shoe?
I would rather you drink out of mine than a stranger's, yes.
What the fuck have I done?
This is on you. This is on you.
This started so innocent. Yeah, you can give me use your shoe.
Wait till we're there while they're getting the other drinks ready. Take that one off.
Do I have to roll a poison saving?
I mean, we just traveled for several days before my last day.
Oh boy.
Yeah, all right, ale, shoey. Clicky, you after anything?
I want the shoey.
Yeah, all right, if you'd be so kind. Or do you
I already
also
gave you
want-
mine.
Oh,
I think it means that the Trummick didn't want a shoey. He just wanted a normal ale.
oh, okay.
But like he wanted it.
Yep. All right. So, shoey. Did I get that? I didn't get Belmera's order, right?
Oh, she just wanted a glass of water.
Okay, sweet. I thought Belmera was the one. That's why I was just like, hang on. All right. Yeah, sweet. Celeste, Ingue, anything else?
I'll come up with you, Jean, so you don't have to carry that all back by yourself.
I appreciate it. All right, and Derlan, I'll get you another one of those fizzy little somethings.
Sure.
All right. Forgot. Start taking off my boot as we get there.
Celeste is going to press hesitation it.
Yes,
Knee high as well, so
it's
just
slowly doing its thing, but yeah.
Imagine the bar must smell awful because it's just people taking off their
Oh,
shoes.
shut up.
Oh,
really?
I'll keep it to a minimum.
well, yeah, you can definitely order all of that, and you get a little goblin shoe full of ale, and you get a big Sean Orden's full shoe full of ale. And it'll be three gold for the lot of it because of the amount. You can see that you do have loaner shoes. They are smaller shoes, like baby shoes, in case you just want a shot.
Shoey shot. No, not today.
Shoey.
Sort of like hop back on one foot, try not to get the other one touch the ground too much.
Celeste is going to get the tray and just use her mage hand to hold the tray up and take it over.
Right. No problem. As you're at the bar, you do notice that they are starting to play a new song. And the new song that they are playing is called The Heroes of Broken Bridge. And as you listen, it kind of sounds a little bit like the story from when you were there. How you defeated a spider lady and all that kind of weird stuff the first time you were around. does sound like someone's actually cashing in on your little fairy tale.
Someone rip off our story? Is that...
Hey?
Sounds remarkably familiar.
We're famous. Isn't that what bards do? Doesn't that good? Don't we have to pay them? Don't you usually have to pay bards to like tell how famous?
And the multicolored haired elf saved a little girl.
It's a good song though.
Very catchy, and everyone's like jumping around, singing along, and you're like, what? Okay.
Well, Cromrade, I guess I don't have to tell you this part of the story, but if you listen to this, I think this is us, or at least someone is fucking telling people it's them when it's not.
And the half-old man kept missing his shot.
Look, they tweaked it a little to
That was someone else who
be
used
more
to do it.
entertaining from the sounds of it. Yeah.
And Sam was the hero of the day.
They definitely tweaked the story. It's very different. Apparently, it doesn't translate well to music, so they have to change it up a bit in the writing process. I mean, that's what I would guess happened.
And the furball cooked and ate the spot of lady.
Wait.
Can we actually record this song and release it?
I will talk to Jess. I'm sure that we can make an exception so she doesn't have to have any quality involved. Sons of Flymph, everyone!
I want all those moments where you just sung as well to be used as clips in it as well.
Well, it's been recorded now. It's in the world. I've done it.
One of our loyal fans is about to make a song of this.
All of our loyal fan. Oh boy. I can't stop crying. Oh. Anyway.
No, I'm going to wait until they take a break, and I'm going to go talk to them.
Right. So it takes a little bit. They're probably playing for like an hour at this point before you get to that. So you'll probably go back to your table before then.
Yes. Mage Hand will just pass out all the drinks.
I'll pass out all the boots.
This is a good one. Oh.
Your boot's a lot bigger than I thought it was, John.
There's a nail in mine.
I don't think that was poured into you. I think that might have just been in your shoe.
Oh, that's what's been scratching me for the last 4 days. Holy shit, that's so cool. I love this place.
I mean, you got extra equipment to work with now.
Oh yes, you eventually get your drinks.
Yeah. Sean's gonna, without getting into the detail, basically explain the story pretty loosely to Cromrig, what's happened, what we've been up to, how I met these people, all that sort of stuff, and basically lead up to the story of the arm. But will not mention how the arm was got, but rather simply that, you know, we seem to have made this pact with the Golden Pantheon, and after that, came back and the arm was there. And then, yeah, make it seem more like it was a blessing than whatever the fuck it actually is.
True. Well, he seems to listen to the story and nod along, and he's just happy to hang out with everyone and have a good night. He orders some food for everyone as well, so whatever you feel like you would order from a place like a, what should I call it, like a roadside inn, kind of like a truck stop place, that is on the menu.
Fucking, we gotta buy food. No more rations and rice, that's right. Remind me, morning.
There's plenty of meat here. Plenty of different types of meat and ale, and there's also a lot of vegetable options. It is like a farming area, so there is a lot of like tomatoes and cucumbers and all that stuff. So if you want salad, you get a Caesar salad, and then you can have steak if you wanted to. But if you don't want to eat people, then you can also have just vegetarian options. So like is it falafel? Falafel is not meat. So yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, it is good to to eat a nice home cooked meal.
I mean, rations and rice does the job, but yes, I agree.
Kind of ration rice kind of growed on me for a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, not to say it's going away. I'm sure there will be moments where we'll have to ration and rice it again. But yeah, in the morning I'm gonna see the markets open. Get up a bit early. Try grab us some more ingredients.
Let me know if you need some coin. I can throw in for that.
Appreciate it, but I think it should be fine. Things are pretty well priced here.
And we'll take a break now. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Renegades of Cogwheels. Whee! They start having a break.
Actually, I might sneak off and go see if I can grab a word with them. Ask them where they got the story from.
Oh, good.
Excuse me, I'll just slide down.
Tell them to make some tweaks and that it wasn't an old man.
I will.
You mingle through the crowd of people who are trying to get desperately an autograph, but you eventually kind of push your way through to where the stage is, and you can see that this lady, this manager of sorts, have come up to the stage as well, and they're like just sitting there drinking some water, and one of them's drinking like a whiskey, and you see the dwarf is just has his own cake with him and stuff like that. They're having a little bit of a party too.
Thing.
Good evening. Are you here to get some autographs from the band?
No.
No. Okay. What can I help you with then?
I just had a question about one of the songs that you performed tonight.
Oh, well, everyone always hear what they want to hear. It's always about them. Like, when you hear the music, it just kind of becomes your story, if you understand. Which one specifically are you interested in? Is it the love ballad of the Triton massage therapist?
I must have missed that one. No, it was the Heroes of Broken Bridge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a good song. It's a good little tale of some heroes doing some good.
Where'd the inspiration come from?
Oh, I mean, there was some trouble in Broken Bridge not long ago, and there was obviously some individuals there who saved the city from Spider Lady, as we named her very artistically, and the Undead Menace.
Yes, but where did you actually hear the story from?
Oh, so we bought the rights to the story of an individual we met on our path who sold it to us.
That individual was called?
Tam. His name was Tam.
He's
also in the story, funny enough, but I mean that's beside the point.
Yes, I noticed that his was the only name that appeared in that story. Everyone else was just referred to as their outward characteristics.
Oh, I mean, I think that's a copyright thing.
Right, and how much did you pay him for the rights to this story?
Oh, we gave him 1,000 gold.
Is that all you're worth?
I mean, we got a few stories. Like, that was the first one. The other one we got was... What was the other one? Oh, yeah, the Renegades of Cogwheel, about dragon attacking the Cogwheel city, and then Tam saving everyone.
Did he?
Yeah. That's another good one. What was the other one? There was redhead psycho lady saving everyone, except she saved Tam first so he could save everyone. I'm not quite sure of the lyrics. I'm not singing, but I think that's called the Fire Pit Heroes. Well, we got a few of them for the 1,000 gold. It's actually good. Some of them actually
so it was
catchy.
1,000 goals for like a group of them.
Yeah, we brought like a portfolio of different songs from him. Very great artist, really. Like, comes up with this shit. Very good.
Oh, so he wrote the songs himself, did he?
Oh, man, he just wrote the ideas, and then the songs wrote themselves. Like, that's what the band does.
Interesting. Well, did he give you a name for that group at all? The group of heroes that actually, appear in these stories?
I think he called it Tam's Heroes.
that's where he got it wrong.
Or was
actually.
it Tam adjacent? I'm not quite sure. He had some trouble figuring out what to call it. I don't think there was a name at the time. We just call it Tam adjacent.
Well, the group actually does have a name, and it's definitely not that. And you'll be interested to know actually that Tam actually isn't a part of that group anymore. He actually doesn't travel with them.
Right. Well, I mean, we bought the songs, so we're just gonna keep singing them.
All right. Well, have fun spreading this information.
Well, I mean, it's still true stories, even though we know it's obviously the artistic embellishments, but...
Well, you enjoy. And if you need any more stories, get it from the source next time.
Well, we did. We got it from...
All right.
Sam.
Have a good night.
Right. You can hear the flute. Wow, 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 as you walk away.
Be careful, bud.
And then shortly after they start playing, the cogwheel, the renegade cogwheel heroes, or whatever the fuck that was just called that song. Cogwheel renegades, I guess.
Cogwheel renegades.
And they specifically sing extra loud and get the entire crowd to sing along with the parts of the female elf fighting parts.
Well, seems as though Tam has sold our story.
They got a lot louder. What?
She'll just message you.
And then the old man gave the chest to the wrong girl.
I heard them say old man again. Did you give him the note?
They weren't very receptive to feedback, Jean.
That's a pity. You say something about Tam?
And
Yes.
the old man. Oh, yeah.
The whole house sings along with specific parts of the story. And you see this individual in the corner that you didn't really notice before. He's just standing there looking, and he's like these little glasses on. It's like this long outfit, looks very respectable, and he's carrying what looks to be these gramophone plates in his hand. And he's like, yes.
It's a fucking manager for a record deal or some shit.
Yes, it seems as though Tam sold the rights to our song, to our stories. To
It's a
this
good
band.
song.
It's all right. It's all right at best.
Wait, you can make money telling stories? I want heaps of stories.
That's literally how I made my money before I met you.
Yeah, but I thought you had to tell the stories so that people when you were you tell them so well. But if I could tell someone else that was good at telling some stories, and then they'd give me money. Sure, I'm not a very good storyteller. I mean, I'm a good, you know what I mean.
I think you're a good storyteller.
But
You're a pretty good storyteller.
I don't know if I could, sing the story like they and like Miss Celeste. She puts it so eloquently. Yeah.
You could do it like an old cryo. Just set up a spot in town and put out a little something for them to drop some coins in and
We could
start.
start a newsletter.
Yeah. There you go. There's something.
And then we could put a pamphlet with each newsletter. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Get that golden pantheon out there.
Sponsored
Sure.
by Golden Pantheon.
Well,
Maybe we
what's-
could do them like these books, write with pictures and color it in, and then sell them to libraries and archives and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if Tam was able to make a couple gold off of it, I'm sure we could. Like gold. I mean, for a story, probably made a couple silver.
1,000 gold, John.
What?
That's what they said. They bought the rights to the story for 1,000 gold.
Sean stands up, turns around, yells at the man. It wasn't an old man! Get
It was
the
an
story
old
right!
man and he couldn't hit anything.
We need a visit, Tam. We need a coin, and I need a chat.
And then he hurt his back lifting grain.
That's not how it went, Derlan. I'll tell you the real story.
Hey, I just love the music, Dad. I'm not gonna. They're doing that perfectly, man.
Mm-hmm. 1,000 goddamn gold. Cool, I'm getting another round of drinks. I'll be back. If I got another 3 gold, I assume.
Depends on what people want, but yeah, the 3 gold is probably about right.
Don't even take orders that time, just come back with a mix of things.
So, as the night progresses and you buy more drinks and you start talking and catching up with Cromwell, eventually the night kind of slows down a little bit. And eventually most of the music becomes like romantic serenades and stuff like that. And not so much hard rock as they started out with. And eventually, at the end, they finish their set. But instead of leaving, they actually come down and sit at your table. And you can see that the manager is not with them. She's somewhere else. And she was the one that you were talking to before. And you see that the guy with the red bandana, the human guy, he looks at you, Celeste, and he's like, sorry if we offended anyone. Like, we're just musicians. We're just trying to do the music part. We aren't trying to offend anyone. We just bought a story and we wrote this really catchy song. Obviously, it's not the real story. We know that. It's probably never even happened. But I'm sorry, our manager is a little bit of a stickler, but she's just like, she's just kind of trying to look out for our copyright and all that kind of stuff. So no hard feelings. Sorry, we didn't try to make you look bad, but it's a really catchy song.
Which one of you played the flute?
That is Wiggle James here.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about something else, and I thought you were trying to get something for free. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. You can play the same tune for me if you want.
No, I have more class than that.
Right. Sorry, I'm new to this. Actually, this is my first gig.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks. The other guy had an accident.
Oh, playing the flute.
You'll be surprised.
Not a lot surprises me anymore.
Anyway, sorry, let's buy you a round of drinks as an apology for the songs. I understand that you really might have been upset by that, and I'm sorry, that's not we didn't try to offend anyone, we just try to make entertaining stuff.
The only reason I wanted to speak to your manager is because you might get in trouble for playing songs like that you don't actually own the copyright to. That's the only reason I want to talk to her.
Yeah, I think we do own the copyright now, though.
Yes, but the person who sold you that original story are not the actual owners of that. But I was just trying to have a conversation, and she didn't seem interested, so that was the only.
Right. I don't know much about that part of it. I just we're just kind of playing. I mean, I think we have the creative liberty that we bought this version of the story at least from him. If there's other versions of the story, that's perfectly fine too. If you want to have a band off, we can do a band off. You can play I don't know what you play, and they're definitely not playing instruments, those guys. That could be a drummer over there with your big crystal arm. Yeah, you'll be amazing as a drummer, buddy.
Yeah. You hit things real hard. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not necessarily a good thing. You have to be anyway. Let me introduce myself. I haven't met you guys before, right? So, my name is Gregory Wiggles, and this guy here, and he points to the Furbolg. Furbolg here is Bobby Gregory. And this over here, the little draw fella here, the drummer boy, he's James Bobby. And this here is Wiggle James.
Question. Does Gregory Wiggles wear a yellow shirt?
That's what I was thinking.
No, he does not. But if you were paying attention to the names, one's first name is the other's last name the whole way around.
Yep.
Gregory Wiggles, Bobby Gregory, James Bobby, and Wiggle James.
Yes. Yeah, we're
no
the
one
Sons
know
of
them
Flymph.
all.
Yeah, is there any song that you would want us to put on the repertoire that could redeem you if you feel like that?
To look towards the others, kind of.
Yeah, the wooden boat song.
The dragon. That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. I actually,
Dragon.
I wrote it myself. Actually, the song. Haven't had a chance to play it anywhere in public yet.
Dragon song. That's cool.
That's a wooden.
1,000 gold.
Wooden
Great.
dragon. That's cool. That's a
But it was
very
a
made of
boat.
Borgle thing. Oh, it's a boat. It's like a
Transform.
taking you places. It's like a journey through the sky and
But
through
not
time.
only that, we fought
Wow.
the dragon inside a ring of death.
But the dragon is a symbol of your own insecurity. I love it.
Can't do
Great
it, fucking
fucking
artists. Sean gets up and walks away.
And the old man.
Yeah, we have a song just about the old man too, but it's like it's not really done yet. We haven't finished it out, but it goes a little bit like, oh, you probably are kind of picking up on it, like he's a grumpy old man, can't hit anything at all, but he had a beautiful wife. As long as you believe that, he's a strong individual. No,
Just
something
make
like that.
sure you add in there the part that if he tries to climb, he'll only fall or something like that.
Right, and he climbs as high as he can, but he will always fall. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
it's
Thanks.
good.
Can I use that? Can I use that? I'm gonna write that down now.
Yeah, use that.
Cool. I'll write that down.
That's awful.
Puts it on a
Dragon.
napkin.
What?
How would you
I
like
think it's
someone-
pretty good. Like it's just music. Like
If someone wrote a song about me, that'd be awesome.
Well,
Well, I
I
mean-
have written a song about you, Dreccik. It's kind
Oh,
of.
good.
You're in my song.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm just
yeah,
saying.
it sounds cool, man. Do you want to play it? Like there's still a few people that are conscious.
No, I don't think that anyone would be interested in hearing me play right now.
Celeste, 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 Celeste.
And as you're sitting there, this individual who had these records under his arm finally approached these individuals and said, "Excuse me, can I have a conversation with the band, please? I would love to offer you a record deal." And oh yeah, sure, let's go talk to our manager. And they're like, "Sorry, guys," and they like shoot off. And then there's a round of drinks at the table for everyone that they have given you.
Wait,
Interesting.
What do you mean, 100,000 gold? Oh yeah, man.
Putting off our story. To have a very stern word with Tam.
And the
That which
new
is done now.
The new single, Ingue is a Furbolg. Yay!
I picture like Sean walking in, cooling down, and then it's just that 100,000 gold. Turns out.
Maybe I should do that. Anytime we go to a bar, I'll see if I can perform my song. At least get our story out there. Although, no, I could write them. I could write more whenever we go anywhere. Play a few. I won't refer
I'm
to
sure
anyone
that-
as an old man.
I'd listen to your song, Celeste.
Thank you, Dreccik. Right, well, I think I'm just about ready to turn in after that all those shenanigans. Very stern word with Tam. Feel as though we're entitled to some of that money, but I do know his family is doing quite poorly, so.
Well, eventually it becomes very late. It becomes time to go to bed. And Cromrick says that he wished that he could offer you a place to stay, but obviously he has limited space, especially now that there's 3 people living in his house. So eventually they say goodnight and give you all a good handshake and give Sean and Derlan a good hug before finally turning in and going home to their house. And you can see that the Klecky is starting to walk in a zigzag motion. And at some point, he just gives up and puts his welding glasses on and just starts walking in a random direction. And that is the end of what you saw from him for the rest of the night. And eventually the band also gets up and leaves. And we start closing the place down. And you can hear again. As they drive off.
They were pretty cool.
Shut up, Dreccik.
Not cool.
What? It was catchy.
Do we have rooms upstairs?
You haven't booked any.
I'll get them sorted. I need to speak to someone else about something else to distract me. John will go find someone who runs the establishment or the beddings.
So you see that Bordeaux is still on the counter, but he's just sitting down now. His shirt is half open. His hair is all a mess, and he's just sitting there like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Hey, what can I help you with?
Hey, you don't know, you've had to put up with that bullshit of band all night, so you don't know about that shit.
Every time they show up, we are fucking packed, man.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. They talk about old men when clearly you hear the rest of the story. It's not an old man.
Well, I mean, it might not necessarily be an old man in real life. It can just be a persona they have made up. Like it's how should I say? It's I don't know. I like the music, right? But I think that the old man is becoming an icon of humanity.
You don't happen to be an artist by chance, do you?
Fuck no.
Good.
I couldn't even piss in a glass and hit it.
We need rooms, 5 of us, if possible.
Sure, no problem. It's 2 silver a piece.
All right. What's that? Comes around to 1 gold. There you go.
Yeah, that's math. Thanks.
Yep.
Don't worry about the music. Sometimes bad PR is better than good PR, I think.
Yeah. Something like that.
You know, these rock bands, they always do a lot of drugs and they get really high and then they crash. Like, that's what always happens. Like,
I want to say good, but I feel like that's the wrong thing to say in this instance.
well, I mean, tomorrow night, we have another band coming from somewhere else. Maybe there'll be more you're liking. They're a violinist from the Elven Forest of whatever.
Forest? Is that an actual forest, or are you fucking with me?
Oh, I think there's an actual forest. That's where they live, I think. I don't really know, But anyway,
I'll pass it on.
It gives you the keys to the 5 rooms.
Thank you, and just for looking out for us. I know it's been a while and all that. Thanks again. I'm gonna slip him a silver.
He puts that in his pocket as well. Thank you, Sean. Right, Sean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember you. You were a little smaller back then, but I mean, I was also a little bit smaller back then. He pats his stomach.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's tricky when you have access to free food. Anyway.
All right. Good night, friend.
Enjoy. I'm gonna go pass out in the corner.
Keys. What?
Who's got the tent?
I usually carry the tent.
Can I have it for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, we're outside.
Mm-hmm.
The tent in the ground. I'm gonna go and grab some pamphlets out of the tent, and then close it back up again.
No problem. Now I have a bunch of pamphlets.
You will also notice as the night goes on, John, if you're buying drinks, that Ingue seems to always have the same drink, which wouldn't be too unusual from an Ingue perspective.
Yeah, no, fair.
But is not always. It's just nursing that first drink from the night.
Yeah. I imagine any spare drinks that would have lingered around would have been passed to whoever anyways, yeah.
Well, I mean, you did leave the table a few times, so I'm pretty sure Derlan took care of that part, Dad.
Fuck. I should get the exact amount of drinks in future.
Hey, Jean,
Yep.
you want your shoe back?
Yes. Yep.
Now that you mentioned it, you have noticed that the floor is a bit sticky.
I think I took off my other boot at one point from someone else, and then I think the evened outness made me forget.
You can see in
I
the
just
far
noticed you've
distance,
been
you can
walking
see
out
Cleggy
in-
going. You see Cleggy moving away from you in the opposite direction, wearing one of your boots on his head.
Like little. Cleggy, before you go, Cleggy!
And he just throws up in your boot. And passes out.
Take the boot. I don't know what to do with you. Come on. Try it. Throw him over my shoulder.
He doesn't weigh you a lot.
Dump out the boot. Go back into the thing. You wouldn't happen to have another room by chance, would you?
Yeah, sure, we can do another room to a server.
All right.
You can see this time you're talking to Mia, the waitress. You can see that Bordeaux is just sleeping between two chairs.
Yeah. Thank you,
Oh.
Mia.
Nice.
You all have done a wonderful job tonight. As always,
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's go. I gotta throw this guy in bed. You do what you're doing, but I'm going to bed. Here's all the keys. Up I go.
Right.
Put him in bed, go to bed. Put him in bed, put Derlan in bed, and then go to bed myself.
Right. As you put him in bed, you notice that he has a tattoo on his arm that you did not notice before because he was fairly dressed. Now his shirt is a little loose and such. See that on his what do you call that?
Forearm.
Forearm. On his forearm, he has a tattoo of what looks to be a tiger head.
Is this Derlan, to clarify, or?
No, that's Cleggy.
Okay, cool. Sweet, alright.
Dylan has no tattoos that you know of. But he's also not drunk, he's still fine.
Yeah, okay. Bit of a wild child. Alright. Put him in bed. Make sure his head is sideways and all is good, and then Derlan in bed.
Yep, all good. We put them all to bed. Everyone is tucked in safely.
Before, as Jean's like going and like putting these people in bed, going into Derlan and Cleggy's room with him, what do the rooms look like?
They're pretty basic. It's just like a basic bed. There's a chair in the corner. That's kind of it. Like there's some knobs that have been placed on the wall to hang your clothes, but there's no wardrobes or anything like that. It seems like they're trying to limit as much as possible whatever is in here.
There's no bedside tables?
No, not in these ones. They're not high end at all.
Alright, Celeste is gonna take some pamphlets and roll them up and like get like a piece of string and like tie them and put them like next to the bed.
Right. You can definitely
Like
do that.
in each room.
Yep. You can hang it on like the bedpost if you wanted to. That's on the same height.
Around that.
No problem.
But like 5 or 10 in each room.
No problem.
Bundled up.
Definitely fine.
Ingue's gonna gather up like plate leftover doggy bag, particularly looking for meat.
Right. You can definitely find some leftover meat. There's some bones with some leftover meat and stuff like that.
Yeah, and he would have been doing it all night, building up a little doggy bag.
Yep.
And then when he goes to bed, he's gonna go into Vartek's lair.
Right. So as you enter into this space, it looks again very familiar to before. It looks like there's almost a pen that has been built to one side now, where these foxes kind of walk around. Looks like they have gotten eyes now, the smaller ones, so now they can kind of navigate slightly. It does look like he's not really paying attention to them, so they're just doing their own thing. But with your passive perception now, as you enter, you notice something that's slightly off. For a second, it looks like his reflection in this makeup mirror in front of him looks like something else. It doesn't look like his appearance. And you do see him move around as you enter.
Mm.
And you just catch that reflection and it looks different. But then he looks normal again. It could have been just a trick of the eye, but you do notice that that was off compared to what you normally see.
So then I'm going to spend an hour with the foxes, and I think I will try and I think I'm going to summon pixies again and just like feed the mum. So I'm going to talk to oh yeah, look, I got you some meat, and hope Vartex is feeding you well, and then after I've done that, walk over and say, Mr. Vartex, would you like me to read you a story?
Sure, if you're here anyway, you might as well.
And then
How's it going out there? Getting any closer?
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Well, we've got we went to the Twice Cursed City. Is that where one of the? I think that's where one of the gates we have to. Have you heard about the Twice Cursed City?
Oh, I guess I've heard it in passing. But I don't know much about it.
Anyway, yeah, it was pretty. There's like undead and stuff. We got to build an army to come back and try and destroy the gate. That's the plan.
Right.
Anyway, a young princess was captured by an evil king.
They're telling the whole story.
Yeah, so I'll read in the story. So, so probably spend a good hour and a half and then leave and go to sleep.
Okay. Alright, you see he's listening carefully to the story, and he's like, huh? Oh, it sounds like an interesting children's story.
Yeah, my mum wrote it.
Oh, that's sweet. That's really nice.
Yeah, she seems like a good author. I worked out that, like, they sell stories like this for lots of money, play them in bars and stuff.
Yeah, sometimes I guess they do.
Yeah. Anyway, anything you want me to bring you back? Can I bring you something next time I come visit?
I think I'm alright for now. I think I'm okay, yeah. I can make anything appear in here anyway, so...
Yeah, cool.
Maybe some good books I can read.
Oh, you like these ones?
Oh, sure.
I'll leave the books.
Right. Okay. Very well.
Do I have a copy of the, Dreccik's cleric book? No, I don't.
No, I think Sean has that one.
And I'm not going to give him the Book of Vecna. I think that's all the books I have, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. No problem. Is there anything else that you want to talk to him about specifically?
No. I wanted to feed the foxes and recount the story.
What?
He doesn't comment. He doesn't make the same comment that Celeste makes, right? He doesn't assume that it's me. No.
Doesn't really say anything. He just
Yeah.
says thank you. That sounds like a good story.
Yeah. Yeah, cool.
He seems to be a little more drained in the sense that he seems like more slow than usual. He seems to be just like maybe he's just been cooped up a little bit too long or something like that. It seems like he's just doesn't really care much right now.
Yeah. Does he seem like he appreciates me coming though? Is it like?
Yeah, he seems like he's like livening up a little bit when you arrive.
Yeah.
And you can see that slowly he starts to engage a little bit more in conversation.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
And then eventually you go back to your own room, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep. So is there anything that anyone else wants to do before going to bed?
Celeste will try and stave off sleep for as long as possible before finally falling asleep.
Okay.
clean the vomit from my boot, and then
It's a tricky job, but it kind of works. Yeah. Use a little bit of the whiskey from Derlan's bottle, and yeah. Well, eventually the night comes to a close, and you can all get a long rest.
woo.
Leaving Celeste.
So,
And as next morning comes, you all wake up freshly rested. Even though it's not the greatest of beds, it was a good night's sleep.
Celeste is going to roll over, still sleeping. She's probably halfway through sleep, honestly. She'll just roll over. She'll just hold up her hand to her ear. Just go, John, don't forget you wanted to go get food. And just go back to sleep.
thank you. Yep. I shouldn't be drinking as much. Anyway, you want to hit up the markets, or you looking to sleep in a bit?
Yeah, I'm all right, Mr. John. I'll come to the market soon.
All right, awesome. Probably should keep an eye on Derlan. Yep. Get up, go knock on Derlan's door, check on him.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I'm up.
We're going to the markets. Come on, get ready. Leave
Yeah. Let me. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just don't come in. Yeah.
John,
Why?
if you want it, I can keep an eye on Derlan.
Oh, yes. Yes, okay.
I'm sure we'll be fine. You go enjoy the markets.
Derlan, if you don't want to come, Dreccik's keeping an eye on you.
Right, that's okay. I'll be fine here.
All right. Just a very awkwardly walk, like stop, walk, carry on.
Oh.
Go over to Cleggy's room. Cleggy's, just carefully open it, assuming I took the key.
Yeah. He's kind of moving around, and he's still alive and stuff, but you can see that he's still not completely awake.
Just Cleggy.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm just making sure you're still with us.
I don't want to go to school, Mom.
Yeah. No, me neither.
I'm spinning. Everything's spinning.
Well, when you stop spinning, you'll see a key over here, just right at the foot of the bed. That's that. You gotta hand that in downstairs. When you're done,
Okay.
All right, bye. Click.
Right.
All right, you gonna go anyway?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Right. What are you doing in the meantime, Dreccik?
Sort of chilling out outside of Derlan's room, just waiting for him to come out, I guess.
Right. Make a perception check.
17.
There's definitely more than one person in there right now. Whatever that means.
I just knock.
No.
It's me. Your dad's gone.
Right. Okay. Cool. Thanks.
I'm gonna go in my room now.
Great.
And I'm gonna let any rat problem you may have leave.
Right. Yeah, that's great. I'm all here by myself, all my lonesome, so I probably
Yes.
should go and get some fresh air.
I understand. I'll go to my room and let you have fresh air.
Right, but you should probably do that now before I accidentally throw up because I had too much to drink last night. I guess.
Yes. All right, I'm going now. And I go to my room.
As soon as you go into your room, you can just hear footsteps of someone running. He's like, it's all good, Dreccik. I'm fine. The rat problems. No, never mind. Fuck, what am I doing here? He goes back into his room.
Your dad's gone. It's okay.
I know he's gone. Super awkward.
You're welcome.
You're welcome too.
How am I welcome? I didn't want to witness that.
Stop shouting.
Just screaming in the hallway.
You just hear Cleggy like, the noise. Alright.
You want a morning drink?
So Sean and Ingue go to the market, and the markets themselves is a series of very large buildings where most of the production happens inside the buildings, and then in the middle of these buildings there is a kind of like a courtyard, large courtyard where all the market stalls have been set up. So if anyone wants something produced, they go into the buildings and talk to them there. But if anyone wants to buy some of the goods that already exists or already have been created, they go to the markets out front. So what are you looking for? You're looking for food and stuff like that for rations? Is that what you're after?
John's after, like ingredients that can be used to cook or enhance foods, things like some spices and salts and peppers and flour and things like that he can use, plus a few dried meats and regular meats to start with, and a few veggies and things like that as well.
Yep, there's definitely a lot of that. There is a tent that is specifically designated to like spice and stuff like that. It's run by a couple. Look like they're maybe in their 20s, a human man and woman. Both of them look like they're probably from Sahani. So they're wearing very simple clothes, but they are wearing outfits that definitely give you the vibe that they used to live in areas where it was a lot warmer. But they have been, how should I say, they have blankets and stuff for when it gets cold. But the clothes themselves, you can see that it's definitely not from around here. Like their shoes are like the little tippy shoes, like Aladdin shoes or whatever you call them. So it definitely looks like that. They both have black hair. They have a lot of white facial paint, like almost ceremonial. And they are the ones in charge of all the spice and stuff like that. And they also will say that they have a caravan that comes and drops this off every now and then. So it's easy enough to get your supplies. How many meals are you looking for?
Probably a couple weeks worth.
Right. So a couple of weeks.
Only a couple days worth of fresh stuff, and then after that, mostly like dried and long-lasting sort of things.
So I'll probably say 7 gold for the lot, I'd say.
Easy.
Because it's a little bit more fancy than just ordinary food.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
I got to put my chef feet to use.
There's plenty of like food and stuff like that. There's also sell leather supplies and stuff like that. It's mostly locally produced things. You can even see them producing the things inside those buildings when you walk past the windows and such.
Yeah. No problem. All right. Anything particular you looking for, Ingue?
So Ingue would have just been like really keeping John up. Really, he's really interested in cooking and the smells and where did this thing come from in the forest? Oh, this smells like that. But the other thing that Ingwe's looking for is one of those letter people.
Letter people?
Like the Arcanum
Postum Arcanum? Yeah. Yeah, there is a little stand for that. It's just a guy sitting in a chair with a little post next to him, sitting there reading a book.
So I want to send a letter to Barrow.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll just say, "Hey Barrow, I heard you were having a lot of trouble. Write me back again if you need anything. We're on our adventure to write like a quite a detailed description of the places that we've been. Like we were here, and then we went here, and then we're off to Kingshelm next. Kind of quite dry. Anyway, it'd be quite a dry writer, but like a not description of all the people that we've seen or anything. But maybe like, we went on an airship, and we went on an airship, and all the like cool things that we've done that are just about all the cities that we've been in. Nothing about the tattoos, nothing about any of our big adventures. Just about the mundane elements of travel.
Cool. No problem.
Yep. And then I'm going to send. I'm also going to try and send a letter to Benno. Basically the same letter, assuming that it won't actually work, but just wanted to test it out.
But who would try and send it to, sorry?
I bet, like my dad.
Oh, well, your dad. Right. And what are you sending? Just a message?
That's exactly the same letter.
Right.
Very similar, same letter. That's like, these are all the places I've been. These are where I'm going next. Which would potentially give information if it goes the wrong place. Yep. But that's what Ingwe's going to do. How much does that cost?
4 silver in total for both letters in total.
And is there any mail for me?
No, not at the moment. If there's letters, they will arrive at you. They will arrive to you.
Oh yeah, cool. Anyone else? Is there like someone that people write letters to that's like not someone that you know? Like if you want to get a reply, if you want to write a letter to someone and then they write you a letter back, can you do that?
Well, I mean, we have this thing that we sometimes do, which is quite funny for some people. That you can sign up for a list, and then this random person will send you a letter, and send this random person a letter. Yeah, it's like it's just a completely random. If you want, you can sign up for it. It costs a gold, though.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right.
And then I'm gonna write the lyrics to the song. A little old man.
You're writing the lyrics to the old man song.
Yeah. And no, so I'm gonna write like the lyrics to the song, like all the songs that we heard last night.
Right. Okay.
And send it to whoever that was.
Right. Sounds good. That's another 2 silver. Plus, sorry, no, you already paid a gold for that.
Paid a gold. Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yep.
It's called Lucky Stranger.
Lucky Stranger.
This person just sent me a detailed drawing of their wang. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this at all.
Hey, Dad, look at this. It's a duck. It's a duck. Like, you sent me a duck photo. All right.
It's been hours on this drawing.
Sure. Definitely do that. Is there anything else that you would like to do at the markets?
So then I'd want to look for anything new and interesting. If there's anything crazy, I know that everything's crazy to Ingue, but like,
there's nothing super out of the ordinary here. Most of this is very basic stuff.
Yeah,
Stuff
and then no unusual.
Yeah,
and no unusual animals.
I mean, you did see those ones coming in from getting unloaded.
Yeah.
They are not here. They're not at the markets. So wherever those exotic animals went, they are definitely not in the marketplace area. But they were definitely unloaded.
And I will also hand out pamphlets to randos.
No problem. You can definitely hand out pamphlets.
Yep.
Anything else you want to do at the markets? Nope. Cool. Well, I'm guessing that eventually you end up back at the inn, where most of the individuals have woken up. Derlan has finally left his room and is sitting downstairs, drinking a morning cup of coffee and reading some of the some of the what do you call it? Notice board things as well. Just kind of chilling out. And Cleggy has also eventually made himself downstairs.
Is Dreccik visible from his location?
Is it?
With Duran, I think.
With Derlan? So you're sitting with
Derlan.
him? Yeah. Okay.
Going downstairs eventually.
Any trouble, Dreccik?
No trouble.
Alright. Trust him for the most part, but that fucking back talk last night. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yep. Very good.
All right. Well,
Yep.
I got food and
What food?
got a
Rations?
mix of all
Rice?
sorts. Yep. Well, we got rations, we got rice, but I also got some dried meats and some
cool.
spices, bit of dried chilies and all sorts of things, some veggies. Should last us
Spice
a
some
couple
things
weeks.
up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially now that we're getting in the cold.
Oh yeah.
I find food with chili is always good for this kind of weather. Yeah. All right. We should probably start heading off to the boat soon, I imagine.
Oh yeah, we're catching a boat today. I forgot.
Yep. Celeste,
Cool.
up yet or?
Haven't seen her yet. Nope.
All right. I'll go get her.
Okay.
You just tell
I'm
me
just
wait.
gonna lean over to Derlan and go, "You owe me."
All right. But he just stays quiet.
As I'm knocking, just mumbling to myself, just at least I can trust Dreccik. In fact, you can't lie to me, It's good.
Well, I mean, technically, he didn't lie.
Yeah, no.
Technically,
I know. I was paying very close attention.
that's what I was like. Can I answer this one? Yes.
Celeste, I think it's time we gotta start heading soon. The boat's waiting.
Right. And then, like, 10 minutes later, she'll come down.
All right, we're all good to go. Should we head over to Captain Fred? Yeah, that was it, right? Yeah.
How long is this journey going to take?
How long do we fly? That's the wrong map. It will be one. It will be a little bit over a day and a half, so you arrive evening time, roughly around the forest time, and then you would have to travel there on foot. So I'd say 2 days in total to get there. One of them you would have to sleep on the boat.
A little bit of a rest, it seems.
Celeste will take her hair and, like, tie it back in, like, a bun and, like, pull her hood, like, over her face because she's got a hood on her winter jacket, and she'll just kind of, like, bring it down and, like, cover herself up outside.
Sounds good.
Right. Let's go then.
Captain Fred say anything about their ship, Dreccik?
Susan?
Who's
Sue.
Susan? Sue?
The ship.
Oh, right.
I think it's Sue. I think, yeah.
I can get behind that. All right. Strong named sea ship, some might say.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. All right. That's it's named Suzie. All right, cool. Well, we'll see it when we get there, I guess. Let's go.
Yep.
What's the ship like? Well, it's named Suzie. Okay.
All the info we need.
I'll tell you the truth.
I didn't see the ship.
Yeah.
I just saw a guy, said he was a captain. I was like, yep, cool.
He had a ship. I checked he had a ship, and it was named Suzie.
All right. To Suzie.
Yeah.
And also go.
They head up towards Suzie at the farm. Did you make everyone breakfast first? Or was that more for the travel?
That was more for the travel. I assumed we probably would have eaten there if they had the capacities and whatnot, facilities.
Yep.
For breakfast, yeah, easy. Jean will cover that as well, if need be.
No worries. It's all good. Just try. Sorry, just trying from here. So, as you arrive, he's already ready to go. Ship itself is kind of packed in a way and ready to go. It's not really like it's a big ship, but it's not a small one in the sense of a dinghy either. It's a little bit bigger than that. It does have sails. There's no cover if it starts raining or anything like that, but it is a very common thing to do, and then just kind of rock over you or throw over you. And he is standing there ready.
Howdy, Captain.
Hello there. You arrive right on time.
Yep, we agreed on 10.
There we are. Well, please step on board the MS Suzie, the most seaworthy vessel you will see today.
Just looks across the sea towards the Stargazer, I assume parked a little bit further off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, don't look at that one. Like, that's not a ship, right? That's a fucking... Yeah, never mind. It's more like a building at this point.
Suzie seems great.
Cool. Yeah,
let's go.
Right. Is Celeste wearing her disguise, or is she not wearing her disguise?
There's no point, because I've only got 4 first level spell slots, and it only lasts for an hour, so there's not really much point.
Right, well, he helps everyone jump on board, but when he sees you, Celeste, he goes, I think I remember you. Cool.
From where?
Well, I mean, we've been sailing together, haven't we?
Very long time ago.
Well, pleasure to meet an old friend. And he hands you a little pouch.
Pouch.
Get on board. Stop making a fuss.
And before Celeste steps on the boat, there's going to be a definite, like, moment of, like, looking into the water, like, hesitation.
What?
And then just take a deep breath and just, like, step on.
Are you alright, Miss Celeste?
Yes, I've just, I've been having dreams about water lately. It hasn't, been good, but it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, no. If you want, I can help you so that you feel safe.
No, it's fine. I'd rather, keep my instincts, keep my gut feelings.
Oh no, I just meant like if you fall in, I could let you walk on the water. If you you could breathe underwater. I could help you do that if you want while we're on the boat.
That would be phenomenal, actually. I keep having dreams about being drowned, so either one of those I think would be good.
Yeah. Well, once we get settled, I'll come and let you blow on the straw.
Appreciate that.
Nice. Is everyone ready to go?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Aye, aye.
Right, well, just sit down and enjoy the ride. Oh.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Can't you hear me?
No. SpongeBob reference. Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear
I can
you.
hear you.
Right.
Aye, Captain. Oh.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Get on board, then. Anyway, he ties off the ship and pushes it off with a little, it's like a wooden beam, and you're on your way. As you start traveling, you can see that obviously it is snowing. On the far bank, away from where you're moving, you see. So Dreccik sees this with your passive perception. And Ingue, you also kind of see this. A little child walking around in the water, just playing with his friends. And you notice that it's wearing. He's wearing some sort of cloak or some sort of cape made of feathers. Very similar to the one that you lost not so long ago.
Yeah, cool.
And you dive deeper into the water towards the next leg of the journey. Is there anything specifically that you want to do for this part of the journey?
Just want to clarify, like, when I threw that cloak away, that was the, like, cloak we got.
It was a magical cloak you got, put around a cannonball, and fired it into the sky.
Yeah. But it's not the cloak that I got from home. It's the, like, pretty one. Yeah.
This is the pretty one.
Yeah.
With the peacock feathers. Right. Is there anything that anyone wants to do for the next leg of this part of the journey?
I want to see what's in my pouch.
25 silver.
I just want to note that I cast water breathing, so everyone on the boat can breathe underwater for 24 hours.
Perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Dreccik just going with like over the side of the boat, just with his head in the water.
It comes out, there's just like seaweed draped over it.
It's like a fish. Oh!
yeah, just hanging.
Yeah.
And those kids.
Yeah, well, they're too far away now. Well, for the first leg of the journey, nothing out of the ordinary happens. You start approaching. So there's an island in the middle of this river, so to speak. It's called Ludak, and Ludak's also a fortress. It's one of the most heavy fortified places in the kingdom. And as you approach this specific area, you can see that there's a lot of soldiers. There's a lot of military enforcements everywhere across this place. Seems like if anyone wanted to try to take this place, it would be almost impossible. You see there's large towers everywhere, and there's even like war machines. You can see like catapults and ballistas on some of these towers. This is really how should I say? This is like a fortress where you would assume that this would be the front of the wall. That's how fortified this is. And those of you with a little bit of history knows that this place is run by Count Maligan Rebel of Manet, which is one of the more famous counts. He's always been a little bit famous for being a douchebag. And you can also see cannons on the walls sticking out towards the sea all the way around. And it's built like a hexagon, and there's just war machines and everything. It's very, very safe. Unless you want to try to attack it, then you have a problem. But outside of the walls, there is obviously places where you can walk around, where there's people fishing, there's kids walking around and stuff like that. And you can see there's a little bit of like there's some trees with some fruits and stuff like that every here and there on this island, but it's very scattered. Most of it's just this big clunk of a fortress. And as you pass by, you notice that there is an individual who goes into the water as you pass by, and this person is wearing like a brownish kind of cloak. And this person goes down on both knees and puts a hand in the water. And then looks up and sees you. You can see that this is a triton. And he just does this. And he gets back up and walks back up to the fortress. And that's where we will leave tonight's episode.
But that was so mysterious. Hmm.
Do we stop and talk to this guy now?
Yeah.
Dreccik, is there anything under the water?
No. Hello.
All right. That was an interesting session. Lots of weird, funny moments. But
Yep.
let us.
That last bit has just thrown me completely.
My job is complete. That is my job. Very well.
That was dope.
Let us roll for some. How should I say? Roll for raid.
I'm going to choose another dice.
12 for me.
2.
5.
5.
Hey, there you go. Hey, thank you, Disney.
Going to use the little baby one. 15.
So, I guess you're the highest then. Is anyone higher than 15? No, I got 12, so.
5.
Very
So
well.
good.
Suck
You're
it.
rolling really well recently.
Bloody hell, mate.
Well, I rolled like 3 6s already tonight, so. But I did
well.
get, I got a natural 20, top of the session.
Yeah.
Take
Very
that,
well.
people who curse me.
Well, funny
there
you
was a-
should say no.
Oh no.
There's a game going in chat to see who would get the first 20 in the first one of the night.
Oh, did anyone get it right?
No?
Yeah, Dizzy and I thought I would, and thought Celeste would get the first one, and then Celeste got the first 20, so...
I went so long without any 20s. I think it's like catching up to me again now.
Well, I had a good influx of them since I got my last dice, but it seems like they're slowly falling off a little bit now.
Oh, they're losing their power.
Well, I mean, that was a 19, so it's pretty
But
okay.
we had the strawberry moon.
Strawberry Moon?
Yeah, we had the strawberry moon. That's when you put your crystals and everything out to like recharge with the energy.
Oh, I must have missed that part. I just cover them in blood.
Oh.
My enemies.
The old Viking tradition. From when they played D&D back in the day.
No, I don't sacrifice the dice. I sacrifice people to the dice. Yeah, it's probably more accurate.
It's a they're both the exact same. I've got another one that's like, yeah, the middle one. It's like all of these. Sorry, I'm talking to chat. They're like all 3 and they're like the same design, but they're like a little baby and a mommy and a daddy one. So cute.
It's like Dreccik and John and Derlan. Daddy Dreccik. House.
So we have 5 options tonight. We got Shadow Nexus, who's an Aussie group playing Ghosts of the Salt Marsh. We have Sparhawk Games, who has their stream name as We Back with D&D. Yas. And they look to be playing in a cool 3D environment, which I think is Tailspire from the looks of it. Then we have the Eldritch Scribe, who is doing Kingslayers episode 15. We got Corsair's Cove doing Humblewood. And we have Dreaded GM doing their Storm King's Thunder campaign.
Let's go with Shadow Nexus.
Shadow
Let's go
Nexus.
Those
Shadow
guys.
Nexus, the
I
greatest
think
hero of
we've
the
rated
world.
these guys before.
No, I think, yeah, they are new to our raids, so to speak.
The neutral raids.
Let's get ready for monsters
They will
and raid
never be the
him.
same.
Woo! Alrighty, I think that is pretty much ready to go. I'll get that started. Bam! Yeah, if you stick with us through to the raid, you get more points, more coins. What do we call in our tokens? Chaos coins.
Chaos coins?
Yeah, you get more chaos coins.
And we will have a revamp coming to that soon as well, which will be very exciting with
Yes.
cool redeems and things like that. So that's in the works currently. So keep your eye out for that.
The more points you have, the more you can take advantage of them. Yeah, that was dope. Woo!
Woo! Thank you so
yeah.
much again for a great game, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great game, guys. It was right down the middle. It was super tactical. Yeah.
D&D was the winner on the night. 100%.
Old man, he couldn't click the raid button.
All right, I'm gonna click it now.
All right, guys. See you next week.
Right now.
You guys are crazy.
Bam.
Are we through? I didn't get any message here.
We are through.
I think we're through.